Testing microphone one, two, three.
Hi, Richard. It's Tammy from the clerk's office. I'm going to send you a private message on Teams. I need you to contact one of our staff members. They can't get online.
Okay.
Good morning, Council Fortini checking in.
Good morning, Councilor Fortini. We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you.
just
It's a Patrick just testing my audio.
Good morning. You're coming through loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll be on and off of the meeting today.
Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to City Hall Chambers and our Committee of Council meeting. As we begin today's meeting, we would like to acknowledge that we are gathering here today on the treaty territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, and before them, the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee, Huron, and Wendat. We also acknowledge the many First Nations, Métis, Inuit, and other global Indigenous people that now call Brampton their home. We are honored to live, work on, and enjoy this land. Before we begin today, or as we begin today's meeting, just looking to the clerk, all members are present today with the following participating remotely. Madam Clerk, can you please summarize?
Through the chair, online we have Mayor Patrick Brown, we have Councillor Fortini, and Councillor Tour. All members are present.
All members are present today at Committee of Council. The next item is approval of the agenda. Do any members have any business to add to today's meeting? Councillor Keenan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm hoping to have a discussion item on the boundary review for the BIA.
Okay. Added item from Councillor Keenan regarding the boundaries of the downtown BIA. Madam Clerk, what item would that be? Item number 9.3.1. Thank you, Councillor Keenan. I would also like to add another virtual delegation from Officer or Constable Claudia D'Amico related to item 6.8, 6.5, add delegation. And then I believe, Madam Clerk, there's some other updates for us.
Yes, through the chair, there are two other added delegations. Item 6.8, Sylvia Roberts, related to the Parks Master Plan update, and Delegation 6.9, Sylvia Roberts, related to 175 Sandalwood Parkway.
Perfect. And I believe item 6.3 has been withdrawn?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Okay. So item 6.3 delegation has been withdrawn, and we're adding item 6.8 and 6.9 delegations from Sylvia Roberts. Motion from Councillor Keenan to approve the amended agenda. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? That carries. The next item is declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act. Do any members have any conflict of interest to declare for this meeting today? Seeing none, the clerk will so note as part of our minutes. The next item is consent. As part of our consent motion, I will read each agenda item that is subject to the consent motion, and any member may verbally identify the item to be held for debate during the meeting. Any item that is not held for debate will be considered as part of the consent motion and voted on for approval. I'll start by reading the agenda items, and members can request verbally to hold any item. 8.2.1, a staff report requests to begin procurement to obtain a vendor to supply all labor, equipment, and materials necessary to digitize city physical records for various departments. In consent. 10.2.1, a staff report, agreements executed by administrative authority for January 1st, 2024 to March 31st, 2024. Good, consent. 10.2.2, a staff report, development charges and cash in lieu of Parkland annual report held by Councillor Paleshi. 10.2.3, staff report, 2024 final tax levy and bylaw. Consent. 10.2.4, a staff report, Building Code Act annual report for the fiscal year of 2023. Consent. 10.3.1 is held for discussion. 11.2.1, a staff report, traffic bylaw administrative update. In consent. 11.2.2, staff report, budget amendment, developer reimbursement for the construction of Inspire Boulevard from Thurl Drive to Bramley Road, Ward 9. In consent. 11.2.3, a staff report, budget amendment, developer reimbursement for the construction of Rivermont Road. In consent. And also, 11.2.4, a report to request to begin procurement for engineering services for detailed design for widening of Heritage Road from Steeles to Financial Drive, Ward 6. Consent. 11.3.1, minutes, School Traffic Safety Council. Consent. 11.3.2, discussion from Mayor Brown will be held for discussion.
No, if it gets past the consent, we can just pass it. It's not a big motion.
Is it a motion?
Yeah, there's a motion right there, proposed motion.
Madam Clerk, can we put this into consent as it is?
I'll hold it. You want to hold it?
Okay, held for discussion. 12.2.1, a staff report, budget amendment, William G. Davis Memorial Artwork. Exciting, consent. 12.2.2, a staff report, request to begin procurement consulting services held by Councillor Singh, or Deputy Mayor Singh. 12.2.3, staff report, request to begin procurement grass cutting and landscape maintenance services at various locations. Consent. Held by Councillor Tour? Yes? Okay.
Yes.
12.2.4, staff report, municipal alcohol policy 2024 revision. In consent. 12.2.5, staff report, designated community sport group policy and sports facility allocation policy. In consent. 12.2.6 is held, related to delegation. 12.3.1, minutes from the Community Safety Advisory Committee that is held for delegation. 12.2.4, correspondence from Constable Claudia D'Amico held for delegation. 15.1, open meeting exception under 2392K of the Municipal Act. Consent. 15.2, open meeting exception under section 2392C and K of the Municipal Act. In consent. 15.3, open meeting exception, section 2392A of the Municipal Act. Consent. 15.4, open meeting exception under section 2392K of the Municipal Act. Consent, and I believe 15.5 is being held, correct? Yes. The clerk will now summarize those items being held by members for consideration or not part of the consent motion prior to the moving of this motion. Madam Clerk, over to you for the summary.
Thank you. Through the chair, items held include 10.2.2, held by Councillor Paleshi, a staff report regarding development charges and cash in lieu of Parkland annual report, summary of activity in 2023. 10.3.1 is held, it's a discussion item at the request of Regional Councillor Medeiros regarding commemorating the legacy of Michael Avis. 11.3.2 is held by Councillor Paleshi. It's a discussion item at the request of Mayor Brown regarding the waiver of permit fee for Langar Siva at Ken Williams Square. 12.2.2 is held by Deputy Mayor Singh. It's a staff report regarding the request to begin procurement for consulting services for various parks projects. Item 12.2.3 is a staff report regarding the request to begin procurement, grass cutting, and landscape maintenance services at various locations within the city of Brampton for a 5-year period. That's held by Councillor Tour. 12.2.6 is related to a delegation item. It's a staff report regarding the Parks and Rec Master Plan. 12.3.1 is related to a delegation. It's minutes of the Brampton Community Safety Advisory Committee from April the 18th. 12.4.1 is held related to a delegation item, and that is correspondence from Constable Claudia D'Amico regarding the Brampton Community Safety Advisory Committee minutes. And the last item held is 15.5, and that's an open meeting exception under section 2392 E and F of the municipal law.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And just one final thing, do any members have any questions related to the government relations presentation? If not, we can put that into consent as well. Anyone? Councillor Pelletier? Okay, we're going to have to hold government relations. And then Councillor Medeiros?
Yeah, my apologies through you, Madam Chair. Maybe the clerk can advise. On one of the items, there's a delegation regarding the Lusophonian Festival. The organizer is here in case there's any questions that come out of the delegation. Do we add them at this point, or do we wait to see what the delegation is? And if members of council want to ask them questions, we can have it at that time. What would you suggest?
I would suggest reopening at that time, if that works.
Okay, because we've already approved the agenda.
that's fine.
Okay, Councillor Pelletier, back to you.
We can just kick it over to Commissioner Ganesh.
Okay. Commissioner Ganesh.
Yeah.
Councillor Pelletier has a question.
Through the chair, I believe it's in relation to the government relations update. Certainly, we act at the will of council. There are two items on there in relation to regional council matters tomorrow, one of them being the City of Brampton's official plan, the other being a report authored by regional staff on, I guess, the future of their water, wastewater department. Certainly, we can speak quickly to it if you wish.
It's okay if you want to hold it.
Yeah, we're going to hold it.
Yeah.
So the GR will require GR for that presentation to ask any further questions related to those matters. Madam Clerk, back to you for the final summary. Or no, we can now pass the motion, right? There were no changes based on your summary?
There were no changes.
Okay. Motion from Deputy Mayor Singh to approve the consent agenda. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. The next item is announcements. And our first announcement today is sponsored by Councillor Tour from the Economic Development Team regarding 2024 Economic Development Week. Claire Barnett, Director of Economic Development and International Relations, will be present to make the announcement. Is Claire here?
Good morning, Madam Chair. I will be making the announcement.
Oh, okay.
Claire is
Go ahead, Councillor Tour.
with the mayor away on business. So, thank you so much. So, just like to say, in honor of Economic Development Week, we celebrate the importance of economic development as an engine for job creation and for improving the overall quality of life for everyone in our community. During this week, we will also celebrate our local businesses, both large and small. Small businesses are the backbone of our local economy, spurring innovation, fostering entrepreneurship, and igniting the entrepreneurial spirit within all of us. Just this last year alone, the number of businesses in our city has grown more than 13%. From a base of 90,000, we now have more than 100,000 businesses that call Brampton home. I think that's very historic. In addition, the recently released annual report from the Economic Development Office highlights an increase in construction value to a total of $2.3 billion in 2023. We can also point to several major investment wins this past year. Action Packaging, for example, is investing over $80 million in Brampton, creating 250 new jobs for our community. Similarly, Metalix is a leading-edge custom plastics blow molding manufacturer, and they're expanding their existing facility right here in Brampton instead of relocating elsewhere. To make this happen, staff have worked to remove municipal red tape and keep this local business right here and bring more jobs. And lastly, our innovation district is making waves on the global stage. Not only do we have our own GO station aptly named after it, but it's also gaining recognition as a hub for innovation and technology. These investments are not only reflective of the resilience of Brampton's economy and the hard work of the city's dedicated economic development staff who work every day to cultivate an environment conducive to business success. So on this occasion of Economic Development Week, we take this opportunity to thank our business community and our economic development staff. Together, we can build a stronger and prosperous future for our city. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tour. Yeah. Okay, we see that economic development staff is here, and we are very proud of the work we're doing in economic development. I know Councillor Tour, who is chair of economic development, is joining virtually, but our city photographer is present, and we would like to take a photo with our economic development team. Councillor Paleshi, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, and committee members, if you permit me, I know there's only one speaker allowed at announcements, but I have to say, the tremendous amount of work that ACDEV does in the city of Brampton, sometimes is overlooked. And I have to say, seeing it firsthand, every single one of you works so hard for the betterment of the residents of Brampton. So I'm proud today to honor all of you, to take a photo with you guys, and thank you for everything that you do. Fantastic. If I could get a round of applause.
Thank you. So we'll ask all members of committee to join the economic development team for a photo. All right. So our next announcement is regarding the Jeff Northrup Walk for Special Olympics, which is being held on June 2nd, 2024 at Northrup Park. I am the council sponsor for this announcement. Ina Chada and Stu Ely, members of the Jeff Northrup Walk for Special Olympics Brampton Organizing Committee, are present virtually to make the announcement. Ina and Stu, you have the floor. Ina? Stu? I did see them online.
Hi there.
Okay.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thanks for introducing us. Good morning, Mayor Brown and councillors. My name's Ina Chada. I've been a proud Brampton resident for over 50 years, and today I'm privileged to join you as a member of the organizing committee of the inaugural Jeff Northrup Walk for Special Olympics. I'm joined by Toronto Police Retired Inspector Stu Ely, who is our committee lead. We're pleased to be here to extend an invitation to you all to participate in an important community fundraiser for Special Olympics Brampton. This walk will take place on the morning of Sunday, June 2nd at Northrup Park, which is near the intersection of North Park and Williams Parkway. I'm proud to share that all the funds raised for this event will support Special Olympic athletes here in Brampton. All of the money will go back to elevating accessible supports for Bramptonians with intellectual disabilities. As you can glean from the title, Jeff Northrup Walk for Special Olympics is a walk being held in honor of the memory of our admired and respected Toronto Police Detective, Constable Jeff Northrup. Next slide, please. Samantha, on the screen in the middle of the slide, is the second of the 3 Northrup children and their only daughter. Samantha lives with a developmental disability. Her father, Jeff, was, and her mother, Margaret, still is, active coach and volunteer for Special Olympics Brampton. The family has dedicated themselves to championing children with intellectual disabilities and promoting inclusion and well-being through sport in Brampton. The June 2nd Jeff Northrup Walk for Special Olympics is a tribute to Jeff's community spirit and legacy of philanthropic initiatives. Jeff was a man of integrity, compassion, and unwavering belief in the goodness of humanity. He was not only a cherished member of law enforcement, but a valued member of the Special Olympics Brampton community. Next slide, please. The June 2nd Walk in memory of Jeff seeks to celebrate his commitment to the Special Olympics mission, which is to elevate inclusion, courage, joy, and meaningful community connections through accessible sport. I'm going to turn it over to Stu and ask Stu to share some words of his memories.
Thanks very much, Ina, and thanks for your ongoing assistance in organizing this. We're thrilled to be organizing this walk in Jeff's neighborhood. They live very close to Northrup Park, and we appreciate the Toronto Police and the police family appreciate the renaming of this park to Northrup Park a year ago. The community is going to gather for a morning of remembrance, celebration, and unity. We're pleased to welcome special appearances by the Toronto Police Mounted Unit, including a horse they have that's named Northrup with a big white face. It's a beautiful horse. And the Toronto Police Ceremonial Unit, Peel Regional Police, and Special Olympics athletes. There will also be a musical performance by our guests, Brampton City Councillor Rowena Santos and the talented musical group Point of Order, along with MPP Graham McGregor, and I understand there may be a special guest appearance by our Regional Police Chief, Nish Garapia. There is a poster that was circulated, and it does have an email address for people who want to register for this walk. The registration is $30, includes a t-shirt, and we're all looking forward to hosting you and honoring the legacy of my friend, Jeff Northrup. I am just going through my notes here. I think that's about all that we can bring, although at this particular point, although we've had excellent cooperation with the City of Brampton's protocol office and event management team, and are working very closely with them in this initiative. We hope that this will be the first of first session of an annual walk that will continue to raise funds for the Special Olympics athletes that were so close to Jeff and still are to Margaret. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ina and Stu, for your love and care for the entire Northrup family, as well as making sure that the cause of the Special Olympics that he cared about so dearly is carried forward in the city of Brampton. Point of order, myself and MPP Graham McGregor are very happy to support and perform and celebrate with you for this event and make sure that we fundraise accordingly. So encouraging all of my council colleagues to also support and participate. It's going to be a fun day together with various different members from the police community as well as our local community here in Brampton to honor Jeff Northrup and the Special Olympics. Thank you, Ina and Stu.
Thank you so much for your support. We did have one more slide I was hoping you would just share briefly.
Sure.
To highlight the Northrop Park and let you all know that Jeff was the biggest kid on the park. He was always smiling, always high-fiving the Special Olympic athletes. And Special Olympic athletes incur extra costs than Main Street athletes, and I hope you'll bear that in mind and promote our event and understand we are committed to making this an annual event and look to the city's strong support. And echoing Stu's remarks about thanks to Heather Frost, I'd also like to thank Kelly Stahl for her ongoing support of us. Thank you so much, Councillor Santos.
Thank you, Ina. Thank you, Stu. The next item on our agenda is public delegations. Our first delegation is item 6.1, a delegation from David R. Huther, manager, Brampton Senior Falcons men's 55 plus, 60 plus, 65 plus, 70 plus, and 75 plus hockey teams regarding a request to waive ice rental fees at Susan Fennell Sportsplex. Welcome, David. Are you here? Good to see you. Thanks for coming today. And just as David is making his way to the front podium, just a reminder for everyone who is delegating today, there is a clock behind my left shoulder over here. You have a maximum of 5 minutes for your delegation. The clerk will warn you when you have 1 minute left, and we only put this maximum limit because we have a lot of delegations today and a huge agenda. So we request that you respectfully maintain the 5-minute rule. David, the floor is yours.
Hi, folks. Mayor Brown and City Council. As mentioned, my name's Dave Heater, and most people call me Hooter. I'm the spokesperson for the Brampton Senior Falcons men's hockey team, and we're going to be competing in the 5-day upcoming 2024 Canada Senior Games in Quebec City in late August this summer. We will be representing the City of Brampton, District 19, and the Province of Ontario against all the other provinces and territories across Canada. We have 5 teams, our 55, as mentioned, 60s, 65 plus, 70 plus, and 75 plus hockey teams that have qualified to represent Brampton and the province of Ontario. At the recent 2024 Ontario Senior Winter Games in Orillia back in February, we won 4 gold medals and 1 silver medal. 4 of the teams won gold and 1 won silver to qualify for the Canada Games in Quebec City. Before we go to the games, we always book ice, practice ice, with the Brampton Parks and Rec. We have booked 4 practice ice times at the Susan Fennell Sports Complex in late July and early August. The ice cost is $297.25 per hour with HST and insurance all in. The grand total is $2,379 for the 8 hours of ice time. As spokesperson, I am here to represent the teams to request that you, Mr. Mayor Brown, and City Council please waive this practice ice cost fee of $2,379. Just as you did in August of 2022 before we went to the last Canada Senior Games in Kamloops, BC. We have been competing with the Canada Senior Games since 2010 in Brockville, Ontario. We started in 2009 in Brockville as well at the Ontario Winter Games there. 2012 we were in Sydney, Nova Scotia. 2014 in Edmonton. 2016 in Brampton when Brampton hosted the very successful Brampton Games, Senior Games here. 2018 we were in St. John, New Brunswick, and 2022 most recently we were in Kamloops, BC. We have experienced much success over the years since 2009. At every Canada Games we take many pictures and very proudly display the Brampton City and Ontario flags in the photos. We also distribute Brampton pins to players, volunteers, and folks from all across Canada to promote the city of Brampton. Please support our 5 Brampton teams to bring home the gold from Quebec City by waiving this $2,379 practice ice fee. Our teams will appreciate very much if you will honor this request. Thank you, merci, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Quebec City, here we come.
All right, Dave, thank you very much. You are 2 minutes ahead of schedule. There is a question from Councillor Keenan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for coming in, and congratulations on all the success. This is it's incredible seeing, you know, some our seniors out there, not just representing Brampton, but staying active and still playing hockey at those ages. And, you know, I'd be hopefully be able to be on the ice with my grandkids when I'm that age. So one thing I'm going to ask is that we refer this to staff to see on ways that we could accomplish this. And I know, do you already have your ice booked?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's with, Johnny.
That's okay, but you already have the ice slotted, because I know we're
Yeah,
losing a
yeah.
couple rinks. I want to make sure if we have
It's
to.
4 nights.
Okay,
The last two, like, they're Mondays and Tuesdays, last 2 weeks in July and the first 2 weeks in August.
okay. So you already have a book, which is great, because I know we're losing a couple pads, and I just wanted to make sure that if we didn't
Yeah,
have it
yeah.
there, we'd find it for you somewhere else. So if I could refer this to staff to work with you in order to accomplish this, that would be amazing. I will ask that you come back after the tournament and update us on what medals were won for the city of Brampton. And I just wish you all the success in your tournament. Thank you,
Yeah,
Madam
we
Chair.
sent, from Aurelia, we sent a number of pictures to the mayor's office, to that, I forget the lady's name, Palmer maybe? I'm not sure. Any rate, yeah.
You ask for them.
Councillor Paleshi?
Did you ask them for them to come back?
Ask them to come back.
Okay. I would like a pin. Is that all? Go
The Brampton
Falcons.
City pins, that we always hand out, right?
Oh, it's the city of Brampton pins?
Yeah,
Well, if you need
always.
any, I can give you some then.
Oh, yeah.
Go Falcons. I hope you guys, I wish you guys all the success. It's gonna be fantastic. I wish I could come and watch, to be honest, yeah, it'd be great. And in 20 some odd years, so.
Yeah, I've been there right from the get-go. I played for all those years until 2017 when I had to have a knee replacement, so since I couldn't play anymore, they promoted me to be this spokesperson here, so.
You're doing a fantastic job, and I can't wait for staff to come back with a report and see if we can get that. We can probably get it to council next week?
Through the chair, we can update council too via email that we have the facility rental agreement. We'll be able, the dates are booked, we'll be able to waive it. We can update council after it's been confirmed it's been waived, if that works.
Wonderful. Thanks, Chief. Go Falcons. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Since there are no speakers further on the board, just a few comments on this one. And certainly, I support the Falcons. Go Falcons, go. And many of the sports organizations and other organizations who come to delegate to Committee of Council and to Council requesting the waiving of various fees. What I will add, though, as Chair of Community Services, looking at our budget within Community Services and other various things, we don't necessarily budget for the waiving of fees all the time. And so what I would like as Chair of Community Services is actually information on last year as well as this year in terms of how much of the waiving of fees that we're doing last year and this year based on various delegations, just so that if we continue to do this annually for various organizations, it's accommodated within our community services budget. So if I could ask staff to just please come back, because I want to get an understanding. And I know, $2,500 here, $1,000 here, $3,000 here, when we hear it on a weekly basis, sometimes doesn't sound like a lot, but when you add everything up at the end of the year, it ends up being, I don't know, maybe close to $100,000. So I just want to make sure that as we are supporting these organizations who are coming to delegate asking for the waiving of fees, that our community services budget actually has the money to do so. If I could get that back from staff, that would be great.
To the chair, we're happy to provide that information. We'll put it together for 2023 and year-to-date and then provide it for council.
Perfect. Because we love supporting the organizations. It's just that when they come delegate, we don't know how much we're giving away. I just wanted to make sure we know. Thank you very much. Okay, motion for referral back to staff regarding the waiving of the fees. All those moved by Councillor Keenan. All those in favor, anyone opposed, that motion carries. The next delegation is 6.2 from Nasir Ahmed Tariq, Assistant Secretary from Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat Brampton, regarding the acquisition of land for parking on the south side of Mubarak Mosque. Nasir, are you here? There you are. And you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and the Council for giving this opportunity. I am speaking as a delegate on behalf of Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat, Brampton chapter. I would like to say a few words about our submission for acquiring land for Mubarak Mosque parking. Mubarak Mosque is not only a place of worship, but has also become a focal point for many community activities for outside and interfaith partners. We host events like Canada Day, Remembrance Day, police training, and interfaith events. Similarly, other communities such as Council of Imams and Interfaith Community use this mosque for their own activities. Our community has grown twofold, and as a result, parking needs have grown as well. Occasionally, members are forced to park on adjacent streets. Once the additional parking space is available, this problem will go away. Therefore, Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat is interested in acquiring the vacant land. Slide, please. Yeah. So Ahmadiyya Muslim Jamaat is interested in acquiring the vacant land on the south side adjacent to mosque boundary that is highlighted in blue, and the part of Aurora Park cul-de-sac highlighted in red. There is a trail connecting Todd Edwards Bellis Park to the Luminous Court. If possible, a part of this trail can be moved eastward, close to the houses, to increase the usable area. So that trail is visible in that blue area. After acquiring this land, it will be added to the existing parking lot, and the parking capacity will be increased by approximately 30%. To avoid inconvenience to the residents, it will be fully fenced, and there will be no entrance from the residential area on the east side, that is Aurora Park, Aurora Place. With additional parking, we will be better equipped to host a variety of events more effectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nasir, for your delegation. Councillor Paleshi has questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No real questions. I've met with the Ahmadiyya community not too long, well, actually it's been a while now, about this particular item. And I think it, for a lot of parts, it makes sense. A very underutilized section of even, not really even a park. So would really like to refer this to staff to take this back. But I have one question or clarification. It seems that they've only highlighted the one pin address, and then there's another smaller pin next to that trail. If they haven't highlighted that or delegated on that specifically, can we add that into the referral? And can we look at that and work through? No, that's a question for staff. Sorry, Ashfaq. It's a question to staff. Sorry, I'll go to the clerk's office. Through you, Madam Chair, if a delegation comes and requests purchasing the city's property, and they highlight one particular PIN number that we see, when I refer that back to staff to look at that, can we add a PIN in there as well, or do they have to delegate on the specific PINs? And for anybody that doesn't know, PINs are just our way of saying this is the boundaries, the property lines.
If I may, through the chair, any information that's helpful in the referral is fair game for adding to that referral, and it doesn't bind staff in any way, but it does give some direction to them as to how to report back.
Excellent, thank you, Charlotte. So I'm going to ask that this be referred, the pins that are beside the trail there, also the one that the delegation has highlighted as well. And if we can work with the delegation to see if there's something that we can come up with through the proper channels and process. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, motion from Councillor Paleshi to refer. Okay, Councillor Brar, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I just really want to say thank you to the Amadea community for delegating today. We've met with, Councillor Palesh and I met with the Amadea community many times with events, just like you said, Canada Day, and there's interfaith meetings that we have there. So it's amazing to see this community grow and seeing that the demand of the community and seeing that we need more parking and support this referral and making sure that we work together to find that space for you guys is very important. But I just really want to say thank you so much for everything you do in the community regarding giving back to the community, whether it's charity or supporting local food banks. So thank you so much again.
Thank you. Motion move. Oh, who's on board?
Through the
Commissioner,
chair,
yes.
just wondering if we could add including the identification of applicable properties or pins. That would help us, yeah.
So that the be referred to staff, including identification of applicable
Correct. Yep.
pins, property pins. Okay. Moved by Councillor Paleshi. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That carries. Thank you very much for your delegation. Item 6.3 was withdrawn. Next delegation is item 6.4, a delegation from Nayati Sondi and Karishma Gandhi, Humberview Secondary School chapter regarding online gambling addiction. Welcome, Nyati and Karishma. You have up to 5 minutes. Good to see you in person.
Okay, go ahead. Hello, Council. So we're from Humberview Secondary School as grade 12 students who are participating in HOSA's SLC conference. And as part of that, we are to deliver a community presentation regarding online gambling. Money and greed often intertwine and blind us to risks and consequences and can push us beyond our limit. When we think of dice, we think of numbers or colors, though to someone else, they may see luck, loss, or money. We've seen dice since we were little kids, playing innocent board games with family and friends, but now we also see dice in casinos involving not just an incentive to win for a point, but for a large sum of money. Let's talk about a societal issue that has risen with the rise of technology, online gambling.
Next slide, please. So online gambling is exactly what it sounds like, having individuals be involved in gambling activities such as virtual poker, casinos, bets, or wagers at the touch of their hand. Though with online gambling, one can be consumed more quickly than they think. Next slide, please. So according to a recent report made by MAID and CA, 19.3 million Canadians actively gamble online, which is roughly 51% of the Canadian population. Though from a study from Stats Canada in 2022, it was reported that nearly 2/3 of Canadians aged 15 or older gambled at least once that year, and 1.6 of them were at risk of a gambling problem. Next slide, please. So, going back to the 19.3 million Canadians for 2024, not all of these people are addicts. However, how can one tell if they are a gambling addict or if they know someone that is?
Next slide, please. Let us present your local grocery store manager, Mike. Now imagine that you've known Mike ever since you moved to town. You have no special relationship with him, but he's a friendly face you see around. However, what you don't know is that Mike has been gambling online for a few months now. It started off great. He was betting small amounts of money every now and then and winning even more, though he eventually started betting larger and larger sums of money, knowing that there was always a possibility that he may not get it back, until he made the mistake of betting more money than he could afford and lost it all, which led to him losing his home and moving back in with his parents. Now, Mike's parents are not aware of his gambling addiction or that it led to him losing his home. However, they've had suspicions that their son is not the same boy that moved out a year ago. They've noticed that many prized possessions have gone missing over the time he's been back, and his attitude towards them has shifted, being more arrogant and defensive.
So, according to Mike's parents, they assume that he's dealing with stress from work. However, what they don't yet realize is that he's showing signs of online gambling addiction. So, with individuals that suffer from online gambling, it's very hard to tell what the cause is or the signs are, since they really lie within their personal devices and are very unnoticeable. However, there are some evident signs in addition to Mike's, which are lying or hiding gambling habits, losing sight of priorities, and being too preoccupied with gambling and withdrawal. Next slide, please. So, next slide, please. So this is where we come in, essentially to help families like Mike and others on the road to recovery. So we've created a prototype website called breakthebet.com. Our website is aimed at supporting those that struggle from online gambling addiction. So here are just some screenshots very briefly. This is a general framework. This is our first homepage. If we go on to the next slide. This is an about page where we go over the 3 steps in how our website essentially works, which is part 1 of raising awareness. The second part is introducing an innovative Chrome extension that people suffering from gambling addictions can add to their personal devices to minimize the money that they gamble. And the last part is to track their progress so that they are consistently in the pathway to recovery. And so next page. And then this is another blog page that we will include to provide personal experiences of people that suffer from online gambling addictions and how our website helped them.
There's 1 minute left.
So the main aspect of our website isn't the information that it provides, but it's the fact that it also will include an extension that can help individuals sort of monitor their gambling limits, so it can help block them and set limits. So instead of there being a set time limit, there's a limit as to how much money is spent to prevent individuals from falling into deep financial trouble, and this can span over multiple websites and apps.
And that's essentially just our presentation. Thank you so much for listening, Council.
Excellent. Well done and on time. Thank you very much. Do any members of the committee have any questions? There are no questions at this time. Motion.
Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I can't see your hand. Councillor Tour, you have a question. Go ahead.
Thank you. Not really a question, just want to say thank you to the 2 young women that just came and presented on this. I'm sorry you can't see you, but you sound very young from a high school. You're clearly passionate about this. You see your friends going through this. I've heard this on multiple occasions, even at Wilderton School Board, with high school students getting involved in online gambling, and it starts very small and it gets out of control very fast. So I just want to say thank you. It takes a lot of courage to come out and do this, but more importantly, to be change makers. It's very easy to sit and hope that the government or somebody's going to fix this issue, but it's good to see you're stepping forward and being so innovative and coming out with a Chrome extension on your own to help your fellow peers to combat this. So whatever we can do to support this, I would be very happy to share the information of your website online. And it's good to know that we have this resource so that next time I have parents talking to me, I will be sharing this resource with other young people in our city. Once again, thank you so much for doing that.
Thank you very much. Motion from Councillor Tour to receive the delegation. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That motion carries. Thanks for delegating today.
Thank you so much.
Our next item for delegation is 6.5 regarding 12.3.1, the minutes of the Brampton Community Safety Advisory Committee, April 18th, 2024. There are 3 delegations on this matter, one from Cindy Evans, followed by Parveen and Amanjeet from PCHS, and then the added delegation from Constable Claudia D'Amico, who will be participating virtually. So Cindy Evans, welcome. You have up to 5 minutes for your delegation. I believe you also have a PowerPoint and a video.
I do.
Okay. Madam Clerk, if you could cue that up, please. Okay, go ahead, Cindy.
Okay, thank you. Could I have the first slide, please? Thanks.
Is that it?
No.
Okay, we'll pause on the timing and just make sure we have the correct, that's the video.
That's the video, but I was looking for the first slide and then.
The first slide of the presentation?
Yes, please. Should be a title. That's the second slide, I believe.
You can't see any words.
Oh, that's strange. Okay.
I know online it showed the words when I was reviewing it.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'll just go with
Do you want to show that, just link onto the presentation from online?
Okay. There we go. Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Cindy Evans. I'm a resident of the D section of Bramalea. I am here to demonstrate the immediate need for physical barriers on the Howden bike lanes approaching the Dixie intersection. Next slide. In 2020, during the pandemic, cones went up on Vauden and Howden, and just like that, we had streets for people, even for little kids. Next slide. And this is where I'd like to show the video. Then cones were replaced with painted bike lanes, and drivers began to use the bike lane as a right-hand turn lane, even when cyclists are present. At this intersection, 91% of cars turning right do so from the bike lanes. Okay. Next slide. The region of Peel has reported 50 collisions at this intersection between 2017 and 2022. This is a risky intersection for vulnerable road users, but it doesn't need to be. The city has supported drivers through this change in road design with road markings indicating proper lane use, improved signage, and every homeowner received the bike lane rules in their tax bills. Still, recent counts by city staff show a compliance rate of less than 10%. Next slide. On April 19th, the Peel Police monitored the intersection and reported that it required physical barriers immediately. Construction cones were put in place and did keep cars from turning from the bike lane until they were moved to the curb. And you can see the cars coming up behind bikes in that photo too. Next slide. But cars are parking and driving in bike lanes all over Brampton. Why is this intersection so important? The orange triangle represents the Dixie-Howden intersection. The Howden bike lanes provide access to Ching Park, Bramalea City Centre, Chinguacousy Library, the bus terminal, and the GO train station, the new medical school, the industrial park east of Torbram, Chinguacousy and Dondon trails, and 2 rec centers. Next slide. If you drive, you have a lot of options to get across the 410. But I want you to imagine that you're a 15-year-old living in the D section. You get your first job at the Orange Pin, which is Century Gardens. Do you ride across Orenda under 410 and up Rutherford Road? Do you ride across Clark and up West Drive? Using the Chinguacousy Trail and crossing Dixie at Howden to use the Vauden bike lanes should be your choice. Next slide. Some people are using bike lanes and scooters, some people are using bikes and scooters on bike lanes to shop, to go to work, and to go to appointments because they can't afford to drive. Others need to use the bike lanes because they have a delivery job. Still others need to use the bike lanes because they're too young to drive, they have a disability, or a health issue like sleep apnea or MS. And some cannot pass their driver's test, or they've lost their license. Next slide, please. To value the convenience of car drivers over the safety and transportation needs of vulnerable road users at Howden and Dixie is to deny equity to people who are already disadvantaged. Please protect this intersection by erecting and maintaining physical barriers at Howden, at Dixie tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Cindy, question from Councillor Power.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I can ask staff, I know that we sent out an officer to this location, but how many other locations or intersections do we send out officers to investigate these lanes and intersections? Or are we just targeted one intersection?
I could probably help. Yeah. To Legislative Services.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I believe our Director of Bylaw is online. Perhaps he would have that data.
I think this is related to police. So I know that Constable Claudia D'Amico is delegating as well. You could probably ask her that
It was
question.
mentioned in this delegation.
Right. So who are you asking?
Asking staff.
Okay. Sure. Is Rob Higgs on the line?
To the chair, this is Resmeen Saeed, Manager of Community Safety and Wellbeing.
Hi, Resmeen. Go ahead.
Hi, folks. Sorry, joining online today. In terms of your question, Councillor Power, are you asking how many intersections Peel Police monitor?
That's correct.
I can get that information and get back to you about that.
And then just one other question. Are bike lanes part of the Highway Traffic Act?
I'll have to defer to my colleagues for that one.
I think Highway Traffic Act, Legislative Services, perhaps?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, and I would message my Director. Oh, he has just advised me that, sorry. Let me just see what he's having some challenge. Oh, he has advised that our enforcement team is citywide, not specifically at any location. He's just writing about the HTA as part of bike lanes being part of that traffic act, so.
Okay.
Thank you.
So maybe if I can help for Councillor Power's question. In the Highway Traffic Act, where are bicycles supposed to be as per the Highway Traffic Act?
They're vehicles just like other vehicles on the road. They don't have dedicated lanes.
So can I ask staff to respond?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm just requesting that the Director joins us for this conversation. Can I, with your indulgence, one moment, please.
Through the chair to Councillor Power. Yes, cyclists can be on the road, although municipalities can implement in their own bylaws certain rules. Like Brampton has specific rules, like you have to write single file, and it actually indicates in our traffic bylaw text how far from the curb and stuff like that, and there's stuff through the province too.
So they're municipal bylaws. So who enforces bike lanes?
So through the chair, the bylaws are enforced either by Peel Regional Police or our bylaw team here.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any further questions for Cindy? Councillor Paleshi.
Kevin. Sorry.
Back to Kevin.
Sorry. This is a delegation, right?
Yeah.
So I have questions of staff. There's the minutes, they're still here.
Yeah.
I can ask during those minutes, or I can ask my question with Kevin standing at the podium.
We could bring forward the minutes now. You can ask Kevin now.
Happy to do so. Thank you, Madam Chair. Kevin, you just said that you have to ride single file?
Through the chair to Councillor Paleshi, that is a requirement in Brampton.
The requirement in Brampton is you have to ride single file. Okay, sorry, I didn't know that. Also, I see a lot of bikes that are under power. What do we? Yeah, or gas. Like there's lots of them out there. Where are they in the Highway Traffic Act?
through the chair to Councillor Pelletier, I probably have to get back to you on that, but I know in Brampton, they can be on the road, but it's very specific. They have to have pedals. You see some of the devices out there that have no pedals and people are riding them. They're not e-scooters. Those types of devices are illegal, but the powered bikes can be on the road in the bike lanes, but they can't be on the multi-use trails or the pathways, from my understanding.
Okay. That's just interesting. Just wanted to know some information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And a question for Cindy. In your presentation on one of your slides, I believe I saw some images of not just bikes using the active transportation infrastructure, but what other, I guess, mobility devices are used in the bike lanes or active transportation infrastructure?
Sure. What I've seen, there's a skateboarder in one of my pictures. There's people who have the motorized, motorized like wheelchairs or scooters for mobility. I've seen them because, to be honest, to go over a sidewalk on those would probably be very uncomfortable for a long period of time. I've seen people rollerblading. I've seen the city scooter, the trial scooters on those bike lanes. I've seen e-bikes.
Mm-hmm. So is it just bikes that use the active transportation infrastructure at this intersection?
Well, to be honest, to be fair, I haven't seen anybody other than bikes or e-bikes there. But I'm not there. I don't live in that neighborhood, so I'm not aware of other people using them.
Mm-hmm. But if, in terms of active transportation infrastructure in general, that is what we have observed from these photos?
Yeah, and really it makes sense to use that corridor to get to Bramalea instead of going along Queen or Clark or Orenda. Those streets don't make sense.
Mm-hmm. And in your experience as a rider on this infrastructure, and perhaps at intersections just like this, have you experienced any bullying?
Pretty much every time you go through that intersection, there's cars lined up behind you, for sure.
And has it been your choice to ride your bicycle instead of driving a car?
Well, I'm a two-family, one-car family, I should say, pardon me, and I choose to ride my bike. My mother lives over on Vaudin and Kennedy. It's about 9 kilometers for me to get to her place. It takes maybe another 10 minutes than if I was to drive my car, so I get exercise.
And on the safety side of things, having, during COVID, when this happened, and having that protected barrier, particularly a protected barrier at this intersection, does it help you feel safer when using the infrastructure and sharing the road?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Councillor Power.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I noticed at a planning committee meeting that staff had said that there was no communication or no town hall done since 2018. Could we possibly, for the area, set up a town hall? Because I got to be honest with you, first off, bike lanes aren't part of the Highway Traffic Act. Bicycles are part of the Highway Traffic Act. But it's not, if we're not communicating to residents of the entire area, or if we're just pinpointing one area over the other, maybe we should bring out all residents to see where the feedback's coming from, because I get a ton of complaints about bike lanes. One, they don't end, and they just end anywhere, or people don't know how to navigate them. So if you're doing your G2 or G1, it's not part of any testing. It's not part of any type of education. So we can't change the way people behave if we're not educating how people behave. By putting up a 12 by 18 sign or putting up cones doesn't make a difference. So if we want to make active transportation part of the city, let's actually have it engaging with the city instead of just a few. So can we set up town hall in the area? Maybe, well, there is no Howden Rec Center, but maybe we can do it at Chinguacousy Park. Right?
Great
Because
idea.
bicyclists as well don't follow traffic laws. Right? They cross over the solid lines, they go through lights. It's the same thing. So I think we need to have it so everybody's informed and everybody's engaged.
Thank you, Councillor Power, for that suggestion. I am going to look to Nelson to comment on the level of public consultation and notice regarding the Active Transportation Master Plan, as well as the recent update from Planning Committee in April. If you could just share the extent of our consultation process.
For sure. Through the chair to Councillor Power, just point of clarity, at our planning committee meeting, the reference to 2018 or the Active Transportation Master Plan process, that engagement was to solicit feedback on the plan. The plan was delivered to council, it was endorsed. So we are now staff carrying out that plan. That being said, communication is always a great thing. It's definitely one of our priorities in delivering this network. So if it's a town hall that you'd like to host, we'd love to participate. And we have in other areas, wards 3 and 4 last year, wards 1 and 5 later on this year. So yeah, it's definitely invite us, include us for sure.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Parr. And in fact, we do have one coming up in Ward 5 on May the 27th. Councillor Power, you're welcome to join to see how that one goes as well. Okay, thank you. Any further questions from Cindy? For Cindy? None? I will receive the delegations at the end, Madam Clerk. The next delegation is from Parveen Kumar from the Bike Hub Lead, as well as Amanjeet Kalon, Director of Community Development from Punjabi Community Health Services, regarding the impact of active transportation, equity, and health. Parveen, you have the floor. And there you are, Amanjeet, good to see you. You have 5 minutes, go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Santos, Council, staff, and the public. I am Parveen Kumar. I have been working for PCHS for the past year as the Brampton Bike Hub Lead at different spokes in downtown Brampton. PCHS is running the community cycling program under contract from Region of Peel. Different Spokes is a cooperative bike hub that empowers people to use bicycles to get around. Last month, I graduated as an international student from Algoma University with a certificate in project management. Brampton has become a home away from home during my nearly 2-year stay here. I recently brought my young family to Brampton. I am grateful to Different Spokes. By initially volunteering, I earned a bicycle. I kept volunteering and with experience took on more responsibility. Through my work at Different Spokes, I've had the privilege of engaging with over 70 international students every week. This positions me well to understand needs of these students and others who want to or must use active transportation to get around the city. We have a wide cross-section of people using services at the hub. They range from teenagers to adults in their 80s. They come from all different backgrounds and type of jobs. For many of us, cycling is the only option to travel in Brampton. Public transportation can be convenient for some trips combined with riding a bike. For some students, it is less expensive to cycle and more convenient than multiple transfers for short distances. Not everyone lives right along the transit route. For a lot of us, bikes are not just for commuting, but also to support a living by generating income through food delivery. We see many students at the hub who need bicycles in good working order for their employment. PCHS stands for Punjabi Community Health Services. Health is critical to the populations we serve and all the people in Brampton. Cycling is a healthy way to commute and prevent disease at the same time. Many international students start their life in the city with biking as the only option. This limited choice becomes a good habit and continues to benefit their physical and mental health, even after their economic situation improves and other transportation choices become more affordable. It is essential that Brampton has a safe, connected network for active transportation that encourages people. The east-west cycling corridor intersection of Howden and Dixie, as discussed at the Brampton Community Safety Advisory Committee, is critical to support the equity and health of our community. This is one of the many routes we use to get around Brampton. I agree that we are right to prioritize Vision Zero and the safety of vulnerable road users. The installation of protected bike lanes will improve the road safety at this intersection. This will not only benefit international students, but the entire Brampton community. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. Amanjeet, anything to add?
Just to add to Praveen, it's not just international students. We have seniors that access our programming for caregiver support programs, as well as the newcomers and some of our clients that are low income as part of our Reaching Home initiatives. They access our offices using active transportation, whether it be through bikes or the e-scooters. And safety is one of the concerns. So especially for our seniors, we do our part to have education for them on how to be safe users and riders, but there have been complaints about closely getting sideswiped by cars. So it's just a matter of how do we protect them as well as everybody else that's using those lanes.
Thank you very much. I don't see any questions, but just a couple of questions for me. We're going through a little bit of a culture shift here in Brampton from a car-driven culture to one that's creating more options for people to get around, as you shared in your delegation. When people say, I never see anyone using the bike lanes, they don't belong on the road, cyclists don't belong on the road, for me, it's starting to get borderline discriminatory. And I've spoken to the Equity Office about this already. What would you say, what is your response when people say to you essentially, when you're biking, you don't belong here?
That does happen. Like we meet new people every day, and some of them, like we make them aware of their rights of being on the road as well, and also that is also like they're scared of being in the bike lanes because they are scared like they might get hit or something. But from our end, we try to educate them and we try to instill that confidence. Also, we organize rides for them so that they can join us and be with us on the road and know that this is where they belong as well.
Mm-hmm. And you stated in your delegation that many of the folks that you're serving, many of the folks who go to the Bike Hub, who are part of PCHS. PCHS has been supporting active transportation even since before I was elected. Many of them can't afford a car.
Yep.
And so biking or public transportation, many of them choose biking. Have you seen an increase in the number of people utilizing your services and more people choosing to ride their bikes or active transportation?
Definitely. And a lot, like I mentioned, the seniors, for them, it's one of the easiest things. Not necessarily being able to drive a car isn't something a lot of them are able to do. And it's something they're comfortable from what they were doing back home. They were using bikes to get around. They're comfortable with that motor transportation. And that's something that eases them into being able to access programming at PCHS, at the city, and also participate in events. So it enables their civic engagement as well. It's something they do with their grandchildren, and it's how they join communities. So to keep them, or providing them the opportunity to do that safely, is something that needs to be prioritized as well.
So do you believe that the active transportation infrastructure investments like the active transportation bike lanes add that extra safety measure for the increase in number of clients that you serve?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. No further questions. Councillor Power.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question for staff. Do we have specific stats on how bike lanes at intersections actually improve safety or not improve safety? Or has it reduced the amount of collisions or between pedestrians, bikes, cars?
Through the chair to Councillor Power, we would have some collision stats in our database that we'd have to look into, and we could probably provide an update about that to council in the future, but it's Specifically to the bike lanes, we do use them in some circumstances as a traffic calming measure. Charlotte Boulevard, for example, is a road where we reduced the road from a 4-lane road to a 2-lane road from a traffic calming perspective. We do, with the extra pavement, we have the option to either put parking lanes or bike lanes. So in some circumstances, they are used as traffic calming, and the bike lanes are just a byproduct of that project.
So when you're saying traffic calming or reducing speed on certain roadways, is that anything indicative of a traffic camera as well as a bike lane? Or is it specifically just bike lane? Do you have specific data on that?
Through the chair to Councillor Power, we do have some data on some of the road diets that we have done. Charlotte Boulevard, for example, we did achieve, I think it was almost a 9 km/h reduction in speed through that project.
With the camera or without?
With the markings specifically.
Okay.
And also reduction of cut-through traffic. I think it was just like around 5,000 vehicles less a day.
Through the chair, if I can add, we have collected data specifically in Ward 7 and 8 with respect to some of the road diets, and we're showing benefits, so speed reductions, prior to ASC. So prior to cameras being installed, we've actually seen a reduction in speed, cut-through volumes, and that sort of thing. So there's definitely benefits to, the added bicycle lanes, especially through communities, residential communities, and putting those road diets in. The other thing to keep in mind when we're talking about, physically separated or separations from bike lanes, we're talking about encouragement as well. We don't have that ridership yet that we're hoping to see, but by having a protected facility, the intent there is to encourage others to take this up. This is, as much of an encouragement piece as it is a current safety issue. It definitely is a safety issue today, but we want to get more and more people riding and more comfortable to ride in a protected facility as opposed to one that's not protected. Hope that helps.
So when we talk about safety, we're talking about trails. So in Ward 7 specifically, there are a number of north-south trails, right? Our motorized or e-scooters are not allowed on those trails.
Through the chair, e-scooters are permitted on the
They are
trails.
permitted.
Yeah. Just under that pilot,
And on
we want.
sidewalks?
Pardon?
And on sidewalks.
Not on sidewalks, no.
And are bikes allowed on sidewalks?
Bicycles are not allowed on sidewalks unless they're intended for a novice rider, a younger rider. I think we determine that by the wheel diameter size.
So in the city then, who is enforcing the bikes on the sidewalks?
Bikes on sidewalks, if
Because
it's a
we're talking
moving
about
violation,
safety.
it has to be Peel Regional Police.
We're talking about safety, and I know specifically on Dixie, where somebody was, and I can share with council colleagues if they like, where somebody was using a wheelchair and was run off and knocked over from a bike on a sidewalk. So, if we're talking about safety, here's the issue that we have. Our bike lanes are just been plopped in. There's some of them end precariously, some of them, they're not connected properly. So we're just putting lanes anywhere that we want. Why not use existing networks and actually change the way we actually go about our business on a day-to-day, right? I'm not against bike lanes. I'm just against the idea that it's one way or the other. Let's make it fair for everyone, and let's make sure that the network is proper for everyone, not just for one specific group.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Ganesh wanted to respond. Councillor Power.
Through the chair, through to Councillor Power. Certainly, the team is listening to your comments today. Just for clarity for members of council, those listening in, staff are working across the organization to implement the bike lanes per the council-approved active transportation master plan. We do bring annual reports to council on that master plan, and that provides council and the public opportunity for us to make tweaks, if you will, and amendments. But I would suggest that we're not plopping the lanes in ad hoc. There is a logic behind it for network continuity and whatnot. But I do take your points in terms of more proactive outreach. That is something we can do certainly going forward.
Thank you. Any further questions, Councillor Power? No. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just a quick question to you, and I don't know if maybe this falls under Public Works as well. I guess my only observation with the intersections is there seems to be, we're not using the same scheme for delineating how the bicycle lanes work. Like you go to different, like even within wards 1 and 5, I notice some intersections are highlighted or painted up differently. And I wonder if that is perhaps something that, and I know we're working on coming up with a consistent way for marking these. Is that work that's ongoing and we're going to be seeing the fruits of that as we go forward? Because part of the education piece is also in terms of everyone seeing the same format and following it, right?
For sure, through the chair to Councilor Vicente. There's definitely been an evolution of the bicycle lane in Brampton, but it has been in the province as well. I think this is relatively a new concept in Ontario. I think our first set of guidelines from the province, dates back to 2014. It was updated in 2018 already, within 4 years. So it shows you how much we've evolved. A lot of the intersection treatments originally were, a hashed line that encouraged vehicles to merge into a bicycle lane prior to turning right. The province and other, I guess, the industry practitioners, we recognize that's probably not the safest, practice around cyclists and vulnerable users. So we've evolved, right? And I think this year with the budget or that project dedicated to green paint, we're hoping that we're going to go back and clean up a lot of those inconsistencies. But for sure, this definitely, we have sort of a standard practice now that we plan to move forward with. And hopefully curbs and physical separation becomes a part of that evolution at some point. But as for right now, the pavement markings for sure, I think we have a pretty good grasp on what we want to see on the road. And we plan on, moving forward, all designs will be consistent. And then, we have some retrofit projects that we hope to go back and standardize or ensure that there's consistency across the network.
And through the chair, understanding that we have a fixed quantum of...
Sorry, Councillor Vicente, the clerk has just informed me that we have to stick to, Madam Clerk, can you clarify?
Through the chair, we need to stick to items that are in the minutes or questions, clarification of the delegation.
Okay. Councillor Vicente.
So given that we have a fixed quantum of bicycle lanes now, do staff have an idea when we will achieve that consistent look? And the second part of my question would be, have we gone over those designs or that scheme, if you will, with cyclist community?
Through the chair, I'm not sure if we've formally done that specific exercise, but they've been involved in a lot of our discussions. We meet every 2 months, in a formal setting like this, as a part of the Active Transportation Advisory Committee. On the opposite months, we meet on a sort of a subcommittee, and we have all these discussions about, design treatments. The item that was addressed today was, vetted through or originally was addressed at the Active Transportation Advisory Committee. So, those conversations are happening. I think this year is a big step. I think that the $2 million for green paint with that retrofit application, I think that's the critical piece to start to see that, that consistent implementation across the network.
So again, do we have an idea on how long that will take for us to be able to say to residents, we've now reached a consistent format and it's uniform across the city? Do we know when we can achieve that?
I can only speak to the projects we had planned this year, and we had planned downtown Bramley as a start, but I believe there's extra money. Give us the opportunity to come back to you, and we can definitely provide a response.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Through Councillor Palashi, followed by Councillor Power.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I know we're not, but it almost feels like we're weighing it. Was there a standard when we implemented bike lanes years and years ago? And were there consistencies at that time? Because there are inconsistencies now. So and this is where I want us to be very careful because it gets dangerous. I think people's lives are essentially on the line. And I said this at the Brampton Community Safety Committee, that if I'm traveling on this road, which I have not, but if I'm traveling on this road, how the way it looks is I have to turn from the lane, not from the bike lane. But I know in my mind that at Vauden and Kennedy, I can turn from the bike lane. So inconsistent, right? There's a dotted dash at Vauden and Kennedy where I can turn from the bike lane. And there is no arrow at that intersection that says that I turn from the other lane. At least not a month or 2 months ago when I was last there. I know that if I pull up to a street light and it has a no red on right sign, I know I can't turn red on right. But if there is no sign and I'm not allowed to do that, I don't know that, I can turn. If there are no markings in the road or a sign indicating what I can and cannot do, then I don't know. So I'll go with what I do know, and that's the fact that I can turn right from the bike lane. So if there are areas in Brampton you can turn right from a bike lane, then I don't think there should be areas in Brampton where you can't turn right from a bike lane. I think you have to make it the same right across the city. And we have to change back years and years ago where we allowed this. We have to make those changes before we go forward and start implementing new. And that's what I want. That's where I want to be careful. If we're saying that we have consistencies now, in 2 years from now, if we say, oh, no, we should do this instead, it's not, we're always going backwards, right? We start our education, we start getting drivers to know what the rules are, but then we're going to change it on them. And that's what I don't want to do. Bikes and cars being brought together, bikes lose. But we want to make sure that with vehicles, that if they're educated and there's a consistency right across not only the city of Brampton, but what every other municipality is doing as well. We want to make sure that's there so that there isn't that bullying. The drivers know in every city that they go hand in hand, right? So it's not a city of Brampton problem, it's a greater problem than that, but I just want to make sure that we don't make any changes, and if we are making changes, then we fix what we did already. I think that's what I want to really try to say.
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We all agree on the safety. Nelson, did you want to comment on that?
Through the chair, yeah, if I could say anything, I mean, we're in tune with the industry. We're a part of the Ontario Traffic Council. That was the agency that was responsible for those bicycle guidelines. So we're definitely there, and we can definitely share your message. I think Kevin and I are dedicated to bringing that consistency up to speed. And, definitely this year and next year will be sort of our focus of ensuring that consistency.
Yeah, go ahead. Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And also so the lines in the road don't, thank you for that. And I know staff are doing a tremendous job, and we have the right mindset, and I think on the go forward. I do want to also recognize that when there's lines in the road that indicate, where cyclists are and where vehicles are, the wear and tear of those lines, right, over time, I don't know if we need better paint or just better measures in ensuring that line, that solid line, is a solid line and remains that. Because when you get that, the wear and tear, obviously, right? But we have to make sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Power.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've all heard consistencies across the bench, or inconsistencies, sorry. Would it not be fair to say put a halt on any further projects or any further lanes and put all of the lanes that we have currently inconsistent with one another and make sure that either they're painted properly or however way you want to go about doing it, but I'm not a traffic person, but I'm sure if we put a halt to what we've got going on right now, instead of just putting things ad hoc, because it seems like we are doing it ad hoc, if everyone's talking about inconsistencies and dotted lines, solid lines, green paint, yellow paint, white paint, why not just put a halt to everything and just say, let's fix what we have currently and make it consistent right across the board and then build out the infrastructure?
Commissioner Ganesh.
Yeah, through the chair, certainly if that's the will of council to pause implementation of the 2024 active transportation plan to catch up, if you will, to have consistency across the city, we can take that. What I might suggest before a decision is rendered on that, if staff could perhaps through a briefing note circulated to council, indicate the time it would take to bring a level of consistency across the city in relation to the time it would take to implement the 2024 active transportation plan. And then we could have some further discussion at the next available planning committee if that is the will of council.
Thank you. Commissioner Ganesh, any further questions?
So let's get that report and put a pause on everything currently.
You can't do that from the dog. Yeah.
Okay.
Through the
Go ahead.
Through the chair, through to Councillor Power, my suggestion was not to necessarily put a pause on anything, but rather staff would work fairly expeditiously to bring a briefing note forward to council to indicate the time it would take to have a consistent approach across the city. That would then inform the time it would take to carry on with the 2024
Thank you.
council approved plan.
Thanks for that clarification, Commissioner Ganesh. So if that were to happen, could that briefing note also include how much of a delay would be for the implementation moving forward of active transportation, and also the option of doing it concurrently?
Through the chair, through to Councillor Santos, we'll look at all of those options in the briefing note, and I would suggest we could add it as a discussion item at the next available Planning and Development Committee.
Great, perfect. And that could be a briefing note. Excellent. Thank you. Any further questions, Councillor Power? No? Okay. Thank you, Nelson. Thank you very much for your delegation. The next delegation is from Constable Claudia D'Amico, Road Safety Peel Regional Police, who is joining us virtually and has correspondence related to this matter as well. Constable D'Amico, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this topic. As you're aware, I did attend the meeting on April 18th at the Brampton Community Safety Advisory and was made aware of the issues at Howden and Dixie Road. Subsequent to that meeting, I did assign a few officers to that location on April 19th. I actually had 2 officers for a total of 13.5 hours who were at that location observing the motor vehicles, and those motor vehicles, a certain percentage were driving in the right turn lane. The outcome for that day were 26 vehicles were stopped, and we issued 20 infraction tickets for disobey sign. And we actually had the opportunity to educate people and laid some cautions also. Subsequent to April 19th, officers did also attend at the location for a grand total of 16.25 hours, where we in total stopped 29 vehicles. I did have a conversation with a couple of my officers after the initial day on April 19th, and they did raise some concerns, and it was at that time that I emailed Councillor Santos in regards to their observance and also what our recommendations would be at the time. So in my opinion, the current design of the bike lane being that it's a bike path, and it would seem that what they've done is taken the curb lane and created the bike path with a buffer lane. And unfortunately, the width of that lane is the exact same size of a through lane, and that's why motor vehicles feel that they can still drive through that lane. So as indicated prior from other councillors, they also observed that the markings on the roadway were not clear, that they were faded. And it is believed that at some time in the through lane, there was arrows indicating that the through lane is to be utilized as a straight maneuver, so through lane and a right turn lane, but unfortunately it would appear that those markings are now also faded. In response to my email, it was suggested that pylons be erected on this past Monday, on May the 6th. I had an officer attend the location, and she observed the 5 pylons that were there were actually moved onto the curb. So that same officer did replace those 5 pylons back onto the roadway and stood by for a couple of hours to observe any other infractions, and at that time there was no infractions. So it would appear that the physical barrier of the movable pylons were working at the time. That same officer did attend yesterday morning, and she did find that the pylons are still erected in the proper position, but we cannot ensure if those will be removed by any motor vehicle drivers or pedestrians. It is our observation that this intersection is of grave concern, and that we would like to have city staff maybe make a study in regards to that intersection when it comes to proper markings and proper width of the bike lanes. And that concludes.
Thank you, Constable D'Amico. Councillor Power.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Constable D'Amico, thank you very much for everything that you do. One quick question for you. Did your officers attend any other intersections in the city that has bike lanes and determine whether or not they're of grave concern as well?
Through the chair, Councillor Powers, yes, we do have other locations that we are monitoring within the city of Brampton. For example, we do have the intersection in Ward 10 at Castle Oaks Crossing. We have received several complaints from parents and other drivers that vehicles are parking in the bike lanes. We also have received complaints in regards to Bauden near Century Gardens. The difference between Century Gardens and Bauden is a little bit different than the intersection at Howden and Dixie, because the width of the bike lane is much smaller on Bauden near Century Gardens.
What about Vauden and Kennedy?
Bauden and Kennedy, I will have to take a look at that intersection, Councillor. I'm not familiar, but I mean, with our experience, it's dependent on the width of the lane that makes a big difference.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions, Constable D'Amico. Is the solution to this issue and questions related to safety and cyclists and or other vulnerable users next to vehicles, is the solution to remove the bike lanes?
It is of my opinion that we need to make the roadways safe for all road users, being cyclists and vehicles. So no.
Okay, and at this particular intersection, Howden and Dixie, do you believe that we should be implementing, given the number of events happening at Chinguacousy Park and the warmer weather, implementing some sort of physical barrier to protect those vulnerable users who are sharing the road?
I'm going to, through the chair, I'm going to suggest that something has to change in that intersection, being that roadway markings be clarified, or the shrinking of the laneway in order to reduce, or an alternate is making, if you're going to keep the width of that bike lane currently, is to put some type of barrier, correct?
Okay. So in the interim, as per the correspondence that was sent in, the construction barrels, and I believe there's going to be a separated bike lane or some sort of bollards, should be implemented in the short term?
That will be up to your city staff members to make that decision, but we have to ultimately make the roadways safer for all bike users.
Okay. Thank you very much, Constable D'Amico. Councillor Power.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a question for staff. Why weren't the ward councillors included in this communication prior?
Are you referring to,
I'm-
Councillor Power, are you referring to the Community Safety Advisory minutes?
I'm asking prior to the Safety Advisory Committee, before the report came to the Safety Advisory Committee. Why weren't the ward councillors involved?
Through the chair, this item stems back from the Active Transportation Advisory Committee. It was discussed at a committee. It's a regional location. They're the ones doing the work. I don't know if we have anything else to add to that. Pardon? Right, so we're not actually doing that construction. That construction, the barrels were put in there by the region. It's a regional location. I don't want to make that as excuse, 100% Councillor. Yeah, a notification wasn't sent to the local area councillors, no.
Thank you. I could possibly help for clarification. So at the Community Safety Advisory Committee, there was a delegation at the Community Safety Advisory Committee on this particular topic. I believe, Councillor Power, you sit on that committee and you were not present at that meeting at that time when the delegation happened. And so members of the Community Safety Advisory Committee were privy to the delegation regarding the safety concerns at this particular intersection. After that, Officer Constable D'Amico did observe what was happening at that intersection and sent in the correspondence to the clerk. That correspondence has been sitting on the public agenda since Friday. And Councillor Power, I did give you a heads up about the dangers of this intersection the day after the Community Safety Advisory Committee and asked for us to have a conversation. I also emailed you all of the information regarding this topic. So to say that you did not know or weren't informed is unfair. Thank you. Okay, no further delegations? Questions? Councillor Paletti.
Madam Chair, I heard staff come and say it was regional. Councillor Power is not at the region. Councillor Power does have a regional councillor as well, and if he's not being informed by his regional councillor, then maybe he can have a conversation with staff to request that anything that's coming by way of wards 7 and 8, and that we know of from the region, maybe if we can inform Councillor Power. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paletti. Any further questions for delegations? Councillor Fortini, go ahead.
Yeah, since that was mentioned, I was not informed of anything either. So how could I collaborate or say anything to my colleague councillor when I had no emails and nothing? I was not copied on anything, just to clarify. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fortini. There are no further questions for the delegations, so we can now, and the minutes are up as well for discussion. There was a motion moved by the Community Safety Advisory Committee as per under the advisement of Peel Regional Police to install those physical barriers at that intersection in the interim period until such time as staff brings forward a more permanent solution. And I believe that the discussion here today from members of council asking for consistency, as well as the briefing note that's going to be coming up and a future conversation about treatment at intersections will be coming forward at a future date. And so I would move that the interim safety measures do take place at this intersection as passed by the Community Safety Advisory Committee and approved by way of approval of those minutes today, and also receive the delegations. Oh, and I'd also, actually not receive the delegations, I'd like to refer all of those delegations to staff for consideration as part of that briefing note.
Through the chair, we'll take that as direction.
Thank you very much. Any further questions regarding that referral to staff?
Referral to staff. No.
Yeah. Referral to staff and approve and endorsement of the interim treatment of that particular intersection as per police advisement. It's the construction barriers for the summer.
That's not what the police advised.
Yes, it is in the correspondence. Receipt of the correspondence as well? And approval of the minutes? Yes? All those in favor? Anyone opposed? The motion, one opposition from Councillor Power? Okay. Councillor Paleshi and Councillor Power. It's coming as per what staff had shared.
It's on my area, whatever.
Commissioner Ganesh.
Through the chair, if I understand correctly, and staff will be reporting back at the next Planning and Development Committee with a briefing note that we'll have some discussion to inform council of the time it would take for a consistent approach for line paintings and markings of bike lanes. In addition, Councillor Power had requested that staff attend an upcoming town hall or community meeting. We can work with the councillor's office to coordinate that, to have a more fulsome discussion around not only the active transportation plan, but the implementation of bike lanes. And we'll take that as direction.
Excellent, including consideration of all the delegations from today.
Through the chair, that's understood.
Great. And approval of the safety minutes and receipt of the correspondence. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? That motion carries. Thank you very much for your delegations and for that thorough conversation this morning. The next delegation that we have on the agenda is item 6.6 from David Lang, Chair of Bike Brampton, 10th anniversary of Bike the Creek on June the 8th. David Lang.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of committee, staff, and members of the public. My name is David Lang, and I'm a longtime Brampton resident, and I'm pleased to be able to talk to you today about Bike the Creek on a lighter note. Next slide, please. This year's Bike the Creek is, the theme of the event is cycling through history, and it recognizes not only the 10th anniversary of the Bike the Creek event, but also the 50th anniversary of the creation of the Region of Peel and its corresponding municipalities. Next slide, please. The longer routes have been designed to showcase some of Peel's beautiful, historical, and culturally significant villages such as Meadowvale, Churchville, Terracotta, Cheltenham, and Inglewood. Next slide, please. They will also be showcasing some of the amazing active transportation infrastructure improvements that have taken place since Bike the Creek started 10 years ago. Next slide, please. This includes the official opening of the major trail construction projects such as the Kennedy Valley Trail, the extension that connects Brampton to Mississauga, as well as the Summer Valley project connecting Brampton to Caledon. And it has allowed Bike the Creek to become, over the past decade, a truly Peel-wide event. Next slide, please. The routes also showcase the extensive AT extensions and improvements that have been done for on-street infrastructure and that we're hoping to maintain, including protected bike lanes along the east-west cycling corridor. Next slide, please. Looking to the future, Bike the Creek will feature at the Recreation Center, at the Archdeacon Recreation Center, a major display of the Orangeville-Brampton Rail Trail. All 4 municipalities will be represented, including Orangeville, Caledon, Brampton, and Mississauga. This trail has particular significance for me because I was witness to perhaps the last steam train in 1960. I was also privileged to ride with my wife and my dad on one of the last passenger trains on the Obrey rail system. And I also happened to be, and you can't see it very well in that picture, but riding along the Caledon Trailway when one of the last locomotives went along the Obrey Trail. Next slide, please. This is the 10th Bike the Creek, one of the few, if not the only, I think, collaborative partnership event at the GTA. It's a major event that checks a lot of the boxes in terms of building community, tourism, health, and well-being. And I was just informed yesterday that currently we have 1,177 registrants with 1 month still to go, which is the largest position that we've been in in our history. Next slide, please. This year we have 5 ride lengths from 5 to 70 kilometers, and for the first time ever, we have a regional ride that touches all 3 Peel municipalities. Next slide, please. And despite the challenges of pandemic, severe weather, and poor air quality, this event has grown in popularity almost every year since it started in 2013. And I want to thank staff in Brampton Recreation and TRCA 10 years ago, specifically, for having the courage and trust to work with me to turn this event from concept into reality. And I also thank Peel Region, Brampton, Caledon, and Mississauga for their financial and in-kind support and for their expertise in making this event one of the best organized and best enjoyed in all of Ontario. And that's not me just saying that. There's a lot of people that have said that to me. Next slide, please. So please join us. We've had a lot of fun in previous years on some of the dignitary rides, and I realize that many of you are going to be at the FCM conference. But I just want to point out that I ran into Councillor Russo from Caledon the other day, and he said that yes, he had been registered for FCM, but he had decided to go to Bike the Creek instead. Just saying, you know. Anyway, next slide, please. So whether or not you participate, please help promote the event through your channels. And there is still time, by the way, to buy a special jersey like this with a 10th anniversary logo on it. So you still have a chance to do that. I think tomorrow is the last day. Thank you for your time. Look forward to seeing you all at Bike the Creek. And thanks again for all of your support.
Thank you, David. I've got questions from Councillor Pelletier and Councillor Keenan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. David, you had said a few times in your delegation that it's one of the best. It's one of. It is the best. In probably, I could probably go out and say Ontario, I think. The amount of riders that we get and just the amount of fun that it is. And probably has a lot to do with the location, being in Ward 2. But
of course it does.
Really, it comes down to all of you, your team. You started this, and you know I was at the very first one, and just seeing it grow throughout the years, get bigger and bigger. At one time, we had somebody from Amsterdam, Switzerland, Amsterdam or Switzerland had come for the ride.
We do get a number of, through the chair, we do get a number of people from various locations. We've had people come from Europe. I just received an email day before yesterday, which I passed on to Brampton Tourism, of a small group of people that are coming from, and I don't know exactly where they're coming from, but they're going to spend a couple of days in Brampton. They wanted to know where they could stay near the Jim Archdeacon Recreation Center venue. And this is an indication. We draw, I think 30% of our population typically comes from outside of Peel. So it is a major draw into the Brampton area. And I would also, indicate that Bike the Creek was originally designed as a way of encouraging people to realize that they can transport themselves by bicycle to various parts of the city and to various parts of the community. And so that was the intent. And I would just comment that the kinds of conflicts that we're seeing today with some of the road users.
I'll stop you, David. Let me just, because I don't want this to get into political and the
well,
comments
it's not political.
That were made. I
it's
understand that.
It's just
But
very
the comments,
predictable.
David, the comments that were made up here are for safety of the residents. You don't hear anybody up here saying, get rid of bike lanes, get rid of this, get rid of that. We're not
Good.
saying that, and nobody here is saying that.
Good.
Okay? We're all very supportive, but we're more supportive of safety.
Absolutely.
And getting everything together in education, that's what we're all about.
Right.
But that being said, Bike the Creek being the best event, I had said last year, because I believe there was an anniversary and you couldn't show up. It was last year or the year before?
Yeah, 2 years ago.
2
now.
years ago.
Yes. We were on a boat trip, actually. And
That's right. Alaska.
Yes.
Yes.
Close.
Out that way.
You can see Alaska.
Yeah. But I do have to say that, you not being there at that year was it just made it a little bit different. And
You're putting pressure on me, Counselor.
no pressure. I didn't take part in the ride last year, but I do want to do the dignitary ride. If you're doing that again, I would be honored to go with you, Dale, through wherever you take us, wherever you want to take us. I'm fine with that. And I think this event is probably one of the best. It's the best event throughout the year, I personally think. And it really has to do with, I think, the people that put it on, the people that come. You can't find anybody out there that doesn't have a smiling face, that isn't so happy just to be there. If it's raining or if it's sunny, it doesn't matter.
Yes.
And it being in Ward 2 is always a fantastic way to start anything showcasing the entire city of Brampton. So, David, thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for continuing to advocate for this. And if there's anything we can do in terms of promotion or anything like that, don't hesitate, please. We're happy to do so.
Include it in your newsletter.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
We have it in our newsletter.
Yeah. Yes.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thanks, David. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Keenan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks to the delegation. So last year was the first year I was able to attend and echo what Councillor Paletti was saying. What a fantastic event. I showed up with my bike, which hadn't been ridden in a few years. I was able to get it tuned up, some air in the tires, and then a fantastic ride around the city. It was just incredible. And I'm looking forward to doing it again this year. I absolutely will be there. I see the shirts. I'm going to be honest, I don't think I ride my bike enough to fit into those shirts. So maybe I'll buy it to hang it up somewhere.
It's a flag.
But I'm extremely looking forward to it, and congratulations on 10 years. I'm so happy that I did it last year, and hopefully I can bring a couple of the kids this year. But I'm really looking forward to it. Congratulations, great job. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Keenan. It's 10th year anniversary. I'm going to be sadly at FCM to get reelected on the board, hopefully, so I won't be there this year. However, I know that we're working on a celebratory video to promote the event, to look at the history of Bike the Creek over the past 10 years, and also celebrate all of the active transportation infrastructure investments we've been doing throughout the city of Brampton, because of some of the things that Bike Brampton actually was a catalyst of, to highlight the paths and the infrastructure that we have across the city. So I won't be there. I will be there obviously in spirit, cheering all the way from the FCM meeting. And thank you very much for all of the work that you do to advocate for this event, but also for all cyclists and the cycling community throughout the city of Brampton and the region of Peel.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, motion to receive the delegation from Bike the Creek, David Lang, from Councillor Paletti. All those in favor, anyone opposed? That motion carries. The next delegation is item 6.7, a delegation from Carlos Algarvio, owner, and Paula Vitorino, manager of Portas de Mar, regarding the Lusofonia Portuguese Festival 2024. Paula and Carlos, thank you for coming in today. The clock is behind me. There are 5 minutes for the delegation.
Good morning. My name is Paula Vitorino, and I am the manager at Portas de Mar Bar and Grill. I am also accompanied by the restaurant owner, Carlos Algarvio. The restaurant has been operating here in the city of Brampton since April 2017. We are located at 389 Main Street North, as you can see from the picture. We are here today to raise our concerns over the funding and operation of the Lusofonia Festival held every year in the city of Brampton, and how it does not support local small businesses in our city. Going back to 2019, our restaurant was invited by the event holder, Eduardo Vieira, to participate in the event as a vendor. We were asked to pay a vendor's fee of $5,000. This fee was only for a spot as a vendor and did not include any equipment, no tents, tables, or chairs. We ended up losing money as we did not make sufficient income to cover the cost of the vendor's fee, rental of equipment, and staff required. Nonetheless, it was the first year and we supported the festival for our Portuguese community. In 2020 to 2021, COVID hit us hard, making it hard for small restaurant owners to survive, many having to close their doors. In 2022, the Lusofonia Festival was up and running again. At this time, we were not even contacted or invited to participate in the festival. In asking other Brampton small businesses, they too were not invited to participate. However, we did hear that other Mississauga small businesses were present during this event. When Council Paul Vicente came to the restaurant to ask if he could put up a voter sign on our lawn, this was brought to his attention that we had been left out of the Lusofonia Festival and a business from Mississauga had attended. Council Vicente informed the event organizer to make sure that we were invited the following year. Last year, we were invited by the event holder to attend the event with the vendor's fee of $5,000. We complained about the ridiculous amount that was being asked of us, and at that time, he reduced the vendor's fee to $4,000. A $4,000 vendor's fee is still very harsh on small businesses that are struggling on a daily basis. But once again, to support local Brampton Portuguese Festival, we incurred the fee and attended the event. We lost money yet again last year and noticed that a Mississauga business got prioritized space in the event. It is not known what the Mississauga vendor pays. All communication related to event fees was verbal. We did not receive a brochure or any documentation that shows what the actual vendor's fee were and if any other businesses were being treated equally. We heard the Lusofonia Festival was getting a lot of money from the City of Brampton this year. We did not think it was fair because we feel that Brampton businesses are being treated poorly and ripped off by the organizers. Again, even with the city's support, we were verbally told that the vendor's fee for 2024 was going to be $4,000. This did not include tents, tables, chairs, or equipment. Do you know how many sandwiches we have to sell to just break even? Because the city was giving money to support the festival this year, we wanted to express our concerns. We are taxpayers too. We tried reaching out to Councillor Medeiros' office to share our concerns and have not received a response. On April 22nd, I spoke to Councillor Vicente regarding the ridiculous fee being charged to small businesses and that we could only afford to pay a $1,500 fee. Event organizer contacted us and made it clear that the vendor's fee would stand at $4,000. He also mentioned that this was his event and we had no say over the fee being charged and the operation of this event. Threats were made to us and he made it clear that the vendor fee stood firm at $4,000. On May 2nd, Councillor Vicente put us on a conference call with the event organizer, making it uncomfortable and awkward for us. At this time, Eduardo changed his mind and said the vendor fee was now $2,500.
30 seconds remaining.
Paying a fee of $5,000, $4,000, or even $2,500 is a ripoff to small businesses that are struggling in Brampton. There is no explanation as to how Eduardo is coming up with the vendor fees and what he is charging other businesses. The City of Brampton is issuing a big grant to help and support the Lusofonia Festival, but they continue to charge ridiculous amount in vendor fees to Brampton small businesses. We ask you to please hear our concerns and make sure that the festival proves how they support local Brampton businesses. You can only give money to a festival and its organizers that is behaving this way.
Thank you, Paula, for the delegation. I have questions from Councillor Keenan, Vicente, then Medeiros. Councillor Keenan.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Paula. First of all, for bringing this to our attention. I'm a small business owner in the restaurant industry here in Brampton, and I firsthand know the struggles. I'm kind of shocked at what I'm hearing. One thing is, we all on council support the small businesses here in Brampton. They're the backbone of our community. The concerns that I have is A, the cost, B, not being prioritized. I'm always here to make sure that Brampton residents and Brampton businesses are first on that priority list. So my first question is going to be to staff on how do we make sure that the festivals are prioritizing Brampton businesses? And secondly, is that $5,000 cost the same in every festival for a booth? And if so, can you tell me what festivals those are, and do we also provide funding to them?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, so a few items in terms of the festivals, what they would charge per booth. That would be a business decision of the festival, not really something that's contemplated in the current criteria. It could be a 1,000, it could be 5. City staff are not involved in that piece of it. In terms of using a local vendor, there is in the user guidelines for applicants to the Marquee Festival Fund, there is an economic impact section. It does reference things like use of Brampton accommodations for participants. There's 5 or 6 bullets that are considered in the bigger assessment of an application, and so I would suggest if there's a desire to move that direction, that we would add something there around use of local food vendors could be an option, but right now it's not within a requirement of the program that would exclude it from any funding.
Okay, and thank you for that. As part of our, like, obviously I was very involved in the Marquee funding and how we were going to do it and what made Marquee festivals and what the city of Brampton was giving, into the community for these festivals to run. So if we're saying that that's not in there, then it must be, and we must look at it again because this is absolutely ridiculous. Is Mississauga funding this festival? Why are their businesses being prioritized over Brampton businesses? So if we need to add that, then it must be added. Because I won't sit here and have residents and business owners here playing second fiddle to Mississauga's businesses, especially when we're funding it. So I would need to see that be put in there. Also, as part of the mandate to get the funding to be a non-for-profit?
That's correct, yes, through the chair.
Okay, so do we follow up on what the expenses were spent on? I don't know, I don't run festivals, I don't know the costs associated to them, but I can assume with the money that we put in, and then additional, how many booths do they have at $5,000? Is the booth's cost prioritized? And maybe I can ask the delegate, is the booths prioritized in cost? Are they all the same? He was able to change the number with you on the phone.
Yeah, well, we've seemed to be getting, and that's why there's not a set fee. If we know that from the first year that we went, it was a $5,000 fee, we did pay that. Because going a second time, we found that we weren't making that money, and we did negotiate, not negotiate, but we did speak to him and said, any way you can reduce that fee. At that point, after several discussions, the fee was reduced to $4,000, so we only paid $4,000. But we've had several conversations with the organizer holder, and the prices seem to jump. He first said to us, no, threats were made. He said, my fee stands at $4,000. Take it if you want. If you don't, you're not attending the event. A second time, we got a call where Council Vicente put us on a conference call with the event holder. The fee was then changed to $2,500. So where do we go from a $5,000 to a $4,000 to a $2,500, right? I mean, why are you changing your fees? If it's a $5,000, it's a $5,000. If it's a $4,000, it's a $4,000. If it's a $2,500, it's a $2,500 fee.
Yeah. And
so that's where we're not seeing transparency on what the amount is charging, and I think because we've brought this up, we've made our concerns be known, these prices have changed.
Yeah, and I do see the 2 councillors that you've been naming, so I will let them speak, but I would, look to staff to make sure moving forward for all marquee events that we're funding, that we are privy to what those fees are that they're going to be charging, to make sure that we have some say to make sure that this festival is worth it for our businesses, as well as making sure that our businesses are prioritized. So I do feel for you in your situation, and hopefully we can help moving forward. But
thank you.
That's all for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Keenan. Councillor Vicente.
Thank you very much, Chair Santos, and thank you, Paula, for coming here to delegate. And just so that members of the public and members of committee are aware, in response to the concerns that you raised, as you stated, last year we wanted to make sure that businesses both from any place, including Brampton, were admitted and encouraged to participate in the festival. This year, with the concerns that you brought to our attention with regards to the fees, it was through the actions of myself, Mayor Brown, and Councillor Medeiros, we sent a letter to the organizer asking for them to consider their fee structure for the Brampton-based businesses. And so it was through our intervention, if you will, that the fee was reduced from, as you were stating, I think 4,000 as an initial starting point down to 2,500. But as you have stated, you only want to pay 1,500, right?
Yes, but going back to to your intervention with this, when I did speak with you on the phone, you had said that you were going to get back to me. At that point, may I ask why you didn't let me know that you were intervening over with Eduardo to negotiate a lower price and let us know that you now have come in and asked for that price to be lowered in order to help these small businesses? We were never aware of that until right now.
Okay, thank you for the question. And just so that members of committee are aware, it's my understanding that the organizers had made several attempts to reach out to you. And when I heard about that, that's when I made a call to the organizer and also invited you to join that call. And in that conversation, I believe it was Carlos who was on the line. I tried to facilitate the conversation between yourselves and the organizers to let you know that the fee had been changed to $2,500, which is, I'm sure you'll agree, a concession from, certainly from 4 and even from 5.
Yes.
Correct. And so at 2,500, that is a concession. And so when we had that conversation, I was made clear that that was not enough, and that if that was going to be the case, that you would not participate in the festival. Okay. And that's where, at that point, the conversation ended. And from there, you're here asking for us to consider. Now, I know that there are Brampton-based restaurants or food providers that will be participating in the festival this year. And I believe the door is still open to you should you decide to be a part of the festival. I would wish for you to be part of it. And I would wish that we can all enjoy the opportunity to celebrate the Portuguese community and culture in Brampton. And I hope still that there may be room for the two of you to see a meeting of the eyes, if you will, and that something can come forward. But I can't get involved.
No, and
further.
I do appreciate.
And Madam Chair, if I can just continue, I think I've done what I could to facilitate a meeting between the vendor and you.
I do appreciate that, but also I would ask City of Brampton to kind of find out. I mean, are we charged $2,500 and somebody else's, another Brampton resident is being charged $1,000? There's got to be more clarity as to these vendor fees, how they're imposed, how they're paid, and how they're collected from those vendors that are coming in. We don't know anything, right? So I know that we are not the organizer of this event. The organizer has the right to do as he wishes, which I do acknowledge that. But when this event holder is applying for funding from the City of Brampton, and the City of Brampton is giving him lots of money, and we've reached out to say, help us. Can we get a tent? Can we get some tables and chairs? Can we get support? We got nothing. So meanwhile, you got a resident from Mississauga that's coming to Brampton, asking for funding to do a festival in Brampton, and is now going to businesses in Mississauga. We've approached many of our competitor businesses here in Brampton. None of them have ever been invited to any of these Portuguese events, and this is not just 1 year. This has been going on for over 5 or 6 years.
Through you, Madam Chair. I can't comment on what conversations the organizers may or may not have had with Brampton-based vendors, but what I do know for this year, that there are Brampton-based vendors participating in the festival.
Probably because we've raised our voices.
The fact is that there are Brampton-based vendors this year.
Okay.
And with your participation, there were Brampton-based vendors last year. And so, again, I would just say that I've done what I can. I hope that you change your mind, and I hope there can be a meeting of the minds between the two of you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Paula, for coming today. I guess just for note of record, and I appreciate that you've included me on emails, and I have 3 correspondents, I think 2020 during COVID. I just forwarded to what was called the ECDEV committee. We have one in 2022, May 31st. You called my office regarding Lusophonia. We referred you to Lusophonia and also ECDEV staff. And then after the most recent one. Through you, Madam Chair, so I think there's a couple things that, one, the comment regarding that he's a Mississauga person. Do you know that his business is here in Brampton?
Technically, when you're getting funding, I mean, I'm not going to talk about the vendor holder. Technically, when you're approaching City of Brampton for funding, I believe that whether it's a $5,000 fee, whether it's a $10,000 fee, you come to the you come to the Brampton businesses first.
But, okay, through you, Madam Chair, and I won't get into the organizer. I myself have reached to Portuguese businesses, and I was here, I actually was the one in 2015 who invited Eduardo to invest in Brampton because we had no Brampton festivals before. Nobody wanted to do anything in Brampton. So Eduardo came here, and at the time, we went to every business. I could tell you every story that we've been through. I can tell you what I've heard. But for council, just to be very clear, so Eduardo moves his business. His business has been in Brampton for several years. He runs a media company and so on, but he employs Bramptonians. His business is in Brampton. So that's one thing. But the second thing, why do you want to participate in Lusophonia? Is it because being Portuguese, or do you think there's a lot of people?
Well, it is a culture. It comes from being Portuguese. We are a Portuguese restaurant. Being at a Portuguese event, it also allows us to get out there and support our community. It allows us to get out there and be known. It's been harsh on restaurant owners since COVID. Now, when you're talking back to 2017, 2016, or when you're saying you're going back to, 2018 or 17, when you've asked Eduardo to take over these functions, we're talking about different times. Today, with COVID being hit, these restaurants, we struggle every day to keep our door open. We have to open 7 days a week because even that one day that we were to take off, that's still money in our pockets.
So through you, Madam Chair, that's not what I'm referring to. What I'm referring to is you participate in the festival because there's a lot of people that come. He does a good job promoting, and we support it based on a transparent process. Anyone can apply. So if you, for example, would like to do a Portuguese festival yourself and you meet the criteria, and, to staff, once they finish the event, all the accounting goes. He has to provide, everything is gone through. They look through the expenses and so on. So it's no different than any other festival in terms of what he goes through in terms of expenses. That point is taken through you, Madam Chair, what you talked about, the transparency of maybe costs up front. So if that's something that maybe this council wants to refer to and have all festivals make sure that they provide a table, a vendor. One of the issues through you, Madam Chair, so council members can understand, you want to participate in a festival which is popular. And the reason why it's popular, you have a media organization that does free media, that promotes it, and then they bring local artists. They bring artists from Portugal. The expenses to deal with to bring an artist from Portugal that brings the community from all across Ontario, because I have Portuguese writing me from Windsor, from Kingston, saying that they come predominantly for his festival. there's a lot of costs incurred. I heard one of your emails through you, Madam Chair, regarding LCBO or regarding liquor license.
Yes.
Well, the demands that we put on him for a liquor license of 17 guards, make sure that it's closed, that's approximately almost $20,000 that he spends just on the liquor license.
Can I just correct you for a minute?
So what I would say that you brought up an interesting point regarding the transparency of the fees. But the one thing I would like to do here is understand that Councilor Vicente did a great job, and I like to really call him out because he advocated on your behalf. You work in his area, your restaurant's in his area. I can't advocate, so that's why I let Councilor Santos and Councilor Vicente do it. They managed to get it down to $2,500. If they were to follow that model of $2,500 for all the participants, then this festival can't be as big as it is. And that's just the economics. But what I'm disappointed in is that we reached this opportunity here. We're here sort of airing our laundry about something that could have been resolved amongst yourselves. And I think there's been an opportunity to reach out to you. And then lastly, I would say through Madam Chair, your business model, $1,500, and why not $2,500? I understand it's very difficult. So if it's $1,500, if it's $1,000, then the popularity of the festival and what he can invest becomes impacted. So we're kind of in a conundrum of what type of festival you think we want to do. And then after, the last thing I would say is, are you willing to give discounts on food for Brampton residents? And basically say, if we run a festival, Brampton business gets a discount, but then after that discount also should be going towards Brampton residents. Should they get a discount on food as well?
Well, that serves a point, and I'm going to tell you, it's the same thing as us going in. When we're selling a sandwich at $10, and the event organizer has his entertainers that come in, and he has them come over to our booth to pick up a sandwich, he gives them a ticket. With that ticket, he'll only pay us $8 for a sandwich, not the 10. All right, so, I mean, we're here to work both ways. We're not here to say we want to go there for free. We're just saying, you know, where's this fee coming from? You know, can you work with us? And since this delegation's been up and about, that's where we find that everything has moved about. We're going from a $5,000 to a $4,000 to a $2,500. You know what I mean? If we never spoke up, the fee would have stood at $4,000.
Well,
right? And to us, I mean, we're here to support even the event holder. We're here to support him. He makes part of our culture. We're here to support the event that's taking place. It's a Portuguese event. And we know as a business owner that everything does cost money. All right? But when we know that, wait, we're applying to city for help, we're applying to city for support. Can you lend us a tent? No. Can you lend us this? No. And then you're issuing thousands and thousands of dollars to an organizer that's doing an event. May I ask you, like, what do you think, how do you think we feel as a small business owner?
Yeah, and through you, Madam Chair, this is where this is maybe not the right venue. We do have a small business development office that can help you regarding all small businesses because, again, it can't be exclusive to Portuguese businesses. It's a Portuguese event. So what I would suggest is there's two different things I'm hearing. One is the transparency of the event, and maybe that's something that we can take as a council as direction to staff, and maybe is there a way that can be, for example, food vendors that is priority for Brampton companies, and I think that's what we talked about. But maybe, I don't know, I guess, you know, it becomes very sort of, we end up now then starting to own these festivals, which that's not the purpose. The purpose of the festival is to have someone who comes in and they do it cheaper than we can do it because we have to pay staff, we have all this different time. So, you know, I just hate to hear that we have an opportunity, we have a great festival. You've admitted that a lot of people come into it. It's been successful, and why isn't this their attempt to get together? And Councilor Vicente, to his credit, he's taken time and he managed to advocate to reduce your rate. So maybe it's a question of, you know, getting together with your local councilors and Eduardo and maybe having another conversation and then maybe as a structure. But in terms of business supports and small business supports, maybe we can refer you to economic development staff and maybe can help you with the marketing and advertising. And I'm sure Councilor Santos and Councilor Vicente may want to do one of those mayor videos to help promote the business in terms of, and they get a lot of social media attention. So I'm sure if you work with your local councilors, you'd be able to address some of it. I just hate to see that now we start questioning a festival, because once we start challenging the integrity of the fee structure and you start reducing the rates, then I'm not going to get Eduardo and I'm not going to get a capo who wants to come to Brampton next year, who wants to bring the Portuguese parade. So the city of Brampton will be the center of Portuguese Expo. But if we start with these things, then what ends up happening to the festivals? We can't bring great artists after.
We don't want to make, I mean, we're not school kids where we're here arguing back and forth. We want to come down and kind of agree on something that's reasonable. And the only reason why we spoke up is knowing that the city of Brampton is funding this festival. So I would ask the city to kind of clarify this funding that you're supporting this, where is this money being used, right? Because if I'm in turn a business in Brampton and I'm asking for help and I'm being denied any help, I'm not given a penny. I'm not given one piece of equipment. So I would ask council to just overview, wait, we're giving this amount of money, where is this being spent? Okay, can we not know what's going on with that?
Thank you for that question. I think Jason from Corporate Services can comment when the time comes in terms of, because I know that Jason wants to say a few words as well. So any further questions? Okay, anything? Oh, no, sorry, Eduardo, you're not able to speak right now. I'm so sorry. You're not able to do that right now because you're not on the delegates list. However, I do have just a couple of questions and comments. So when I came into the restaurant, because I do often support local to have dinner, you did approach me with this complaint and with this concern. And as Vice Chair of Economic Development, I also was very concerned, but also part of the arts and culture portfolio. And so it was important for me to make sure that I shared that information with Councillor Vicente in particular, and it sounds like some things have progressed since then. That being said, in order to do my own due diligence and understanding of what other festivals are charging, there is like a Filipino festival that's new that's coming to Brampton. It's called the Fiesta Extravaganza, coming to Chinguacousy Park as well. It's the first time that that festival is coming into Brampton, and they are receiving no support from the city of Brampton. I did ask that organizer how they felt about a $4,000 or $5,000 fee to small businesses, particularly restaurant owners. And their response was shock. They could not believe that a $4,000 or $5,000 fee would be charged for small businesses. I then asked how much they charge, and they shared with me that they charge $1,600 because that is what small businesses in Brampton can justifiably afford and still not lose significant amounts of money at the festival. So I did test with them to see, in comparison to another festival that does not receive funding from the city, what they were planning to charge the vendors. And so I tried my best to kind of stay out of this situation, only because I know that this is a festival that is heavily supported by Councillor Vicente and Councillor Medeiros. And unfortunately, I understand the frustration that you've had throughout this entire process. I do think that Councillor Keenan's suggestion to refer this back to staff for a report back on how we are prioritizing Brampton businesses that are supported by the city of, that are getting money from festivals, or festivals that are getting money from the city of Brampton, how those festivals are supporting small businesses. And I would add that I think there does need to be transparency. So I also asked Fiesta Extravaganza if they share what the vendor fees are, like in a pamphlet or a brochure. And they said absolutely. They share, there are different vendor fees for if you're a real estate agent or a food vendor or somebody selling clothing or jewelry, but it's available for everyone to see. Now, that has not been your experience.
Correct.
So everything has just been verbal.
Correct.
Okay. So I do support Councillor Keenan's referral motion to staff, and would only add that regard to the prioritization of Brampton businesses and transparency in how vendor, and in transparency on vendor fees. And then I have, I know the Acting Commissioner of Corporate Services wanted to say something, so, and then I'll go back to Majerus and Keenan.
Through the chair, thank you. A few things I just wanted to note. So the program guidelines do indicate that proof of festival expenses need to come through, invoices, receipts are itemized, vendor date and everything. So staff do have that information. The way that the program works is that up front, if you meet the criteria after your application, you receive 75% of the funds, 25% is held until you provide your closeout report, which includes all those details, the receipts. You don't always get everything until after the festival's done. And at that time, we can see all this information. So an option, I'd have to discuss with legal about what can be public, but we could potentially, as an option, make those closeout reports public. But there's a lot of financial detail, and I'd have to have a conversation with legal about that. Secondly, just in terms of this festival itself, their 2024 application had 4 to 6 artists, local artists from Brampton, and then they also referenced using 4 to 6 local vendors, so that's specific to this. And then the third thing I just outlined is that in terms of we can bring a report for prioritization, however, I think what might be easiest is a motion to update the guidelines that in respect of additional marks be given for vendors located in Brampton. It's just kind of what I'm hearing from the conversation, that would give additional marks to assessing the program. I'm not sure what other ways we do that, so I can bring a report, or if that's palatable to council, we could move committee that we can move that direction as well.
Okay. Thank you, Jason. Councillor Majerus, followed by Councillor Keenan.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I guess the staff, you know, one of the interesting issues when Chair Santos was comparing festivals, it's like comparing apples to oranges, because what I would argue is that the Portuguese Festival, when they bring renowned international artists, you'll watch Portuguese television and they do reports on the festival. So the hits that we get from a social media perspective and the coverage that we get externally is so large in comparison to other festivals. And I'm not saying because of that there's more value. What I'm saying is that when you come back with a report based on the investment and the return on investment, what we're getting, that would be of my interest. One of the other salient points of this festival, La Una is one of the major organizers, supporters behind this festival. They only support the big events. So we get, for example, the attention that we bring to Brampton, because these events were always in Toronto. They were always downtown Toronto. And now they've come to Brampton. And just note of clarification, Mayor Brown has been a huge supporter of, you know, I've been in meetings and it's been sort of carte blanche, get these guys in here, let's do these major events here in Brampton. So when you're doing the report, what would be interesting, and I agree with Chair Santos in terms of maybe updating the guidelines, or what you suggested would be one avenue, but also how we evaluate. Again, I know that's always something that we revisit, you know, and the lastly is that if you know, I've experienced where we've gone to local businesses and for whatever one reason or another, they don't want to participate because of the cost. And that's respectable and that's fine. And one thing I've also made it a point is don't limit it to Portuguese local businesses. Open it up to anyone that wants to come there. Go to, you know, any other sort of ethnic restaurant. Because it's a Portuguese event doesn't mean it just has to be Portuguese business owners. It should be everyone, as vice versa. And that's something that, you know, we should encourage, for example, Portos do Mar and other businesses. Don't just look at the Portuguese Festival. There's other festivals we do across the city. And maybe, for example, Councillor Santos with the Filipino Festival, you might want to participate, since, you know, it's maybe a little bit more economically advantageous to participate in some of those festivals as well. You know, it's not exclusive to one culture, and I think, you know, that would be interesting to see in the report that gets updated as well. Anyways, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Keenan for final comment, question, remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so there's no doubt in my mind this is an amazing festival for the city, and it brings in people from all around that get to see our city. And in no way, shape, or form do I think that this festival shouldn't receive funding. I don't want it to get taken out of context, and I think in this particular situation, the local councillor and as well as Councillor Medeiros, I'm sure, will help facilitate whatever needs to be done. My whole thing on this is exactly what we're saying, the guidelines, which I spoke about last year, and strengthening those guidelines to make sure there's transparency, to make sure that, you know, we know how we're prioritizing Brampton businesses, and not necessarily just Portuguese, but like Councillor Medeiros said, all businesses. So that's what this is for me. And I think we would need to change that report to update staff report back on what updates needed for the guidelines. I don't know, Jason, if you want to help how we draft this. But that is the context for me, is every festival needs to do this. This is not just one in particular. I want the guidelines for all festivals to be the same.
Thanks, Councillor. It's one set of guidelines for all festivals. We can bring a report back, or we could update the existing document and circulate it. And if there's concerns, we could bring it back, or if there's satisfactory, we could proceed with that.
So both would work for me. I just need you to tell us what you think that should look like then.
If I may, I'll suggest that the delegation be referred to staff to update the guidelines as per concerns addressed at committee today, and the delegation and committee today. Does that make sense?
I think the one point of clarity I would also I saw some questions about it or comments, but in terms of the closeout report, is there a desire to see potentially about making what we can public at the end of the festivals and post them online?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
So that the delegation be referred to staff for a report or updated guidelines. Madam Clerk?
In accordance with the procedural bylaw, a delegation can be received or referred to staff. It is inappropriate to pass a motion with respect to action.
So refer to staff for a report with particular regard to prioritization of Brampton businesses and transparency of vendor fees, and with respect to updating of the guidelines. Moved by Councillor Keenan. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That carries. Thank you very much, Paula and Carlos, for your delegation today. Our next delegation, and it's 12:05, so I'm hoping that we can get to lunch break by 12:30, if folks are okay with that. The next delegation is from Anand, Associate Monteith Brown's Planning Consultants, item 12.2.6, Parks and Rec Master Plan 5-year review and update. Anand, are you here? Perfect, good to see you.
Nice to see you as well.
You have up to 5 minutes, followed by questions for clarification from council.
And I see the clock ticking, but I'm also speaking to agenda item 12.2.6 in support of the staff report regarding the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. The presentation as scoped right now may go a little bit longer than 5. I will move expeditiously, but Madam Chair, would the committee be amenable to me going over slightly? Or shall I breeze?
If we could breeze through, we've received a lot of workshops and one-on-ones and various things. If you could just highlight some of the changes since consultation.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. So thank you for having me. Oh, I'm already at 4.
Restart the clock there.
Thank you. So my name again, Anand Desai, Monteith Brown Planning, representing my firm as well as Tucker Reed and Associates. We have been involved over the last number of months preparing the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, which is a 5-year review and update of the last plan. Next slide, please. So my intent is to just go through some of the findings of the master plan and remind council of some of the process. Really, a community-built plan, involving a number of folks. I'll speak to consultation in a moment, but reaffirming a vision for Parks and Recreation in Brampton and planning that as a place where we can plan, grow, and play together. Next slide, please.
As a 5-year document and a long-range document, please, like with other master plans, bear in mind, it is a point of departure. There are some high-level recommendations, some very specific recommendations, but as your staff have been working with the last 2017 plan, phasing those initiatives in over a 10-year period, Council, just as the last plan, is not bound to any individual or all recommendations in that master plan, but rather staff would be bringing that forward through annual budgeting processes, other studies, as well as providing Council with costs and other due diligence at that time. We would bear noting, though, because there are capital implications and operating, Brampton under current legislation, and it's a challenging funding environment, and so staff have already started working on a funding plan to identify these costs as well as internal and external sources. Next slide, please. So we have involved, the community, internal and external community members throughout this process. Through surveys, pop-ups, focus groups with user groups and park folks, opinion leader and partner interviews, staff roundtables, and most recently, as of a couple of weeks ago, we tested the draft master plan through a series of traveling roadshows, made the document available for review in hard copy and online format to test it before we've come to you today. Next slide, please. Really quickly, people love your Parks and Recreation. They know we need to keep pace. We want to make sure our Parks and Recreation services are inclusive and reflective of our diverse socio-cultural and socio-demographic population base, and continuing to see quality convenience through programs and facilities. Next slide, please. A lot of growth happening. I won't spend a lot of this time, but again, we've looked at needs for the city as a whole, as well as certain areas of the city, consistent with past methodologies. Next slide, please. And the initiatives articulated in the master plan are organized into 7 key goals. Uniting a healthy community, supporting revitalization of established neighborhoods, continuing to plan your designated greenfield areas, providing pathways to sport, connecting folks to the outdoors, making sure that we're successful in how we position Parks and Recreation services, and ultimately how we implement this plan. Next slide, please. So one of the more notable, recommendations in the Northwest, where there is a significant amount of growth forecasted, we have talked about the need for a community center in the Heritage Heights community. There is a secondary plan in place there where we would suggest having a facility that contains an aquatic center, gymnasium, fitness center, youth hub, multi-purpose rooms, potentially a library branch, again, consistent with the Brampton Library master plan, and locating that in the designated wellness character area. Next slide, please. Continuing your great and strong efforts with Recreation Revitalized, you're reinvesting in your facilities, again, taking a lot of direction from the last master plan, but also, again, hard work of staff. So continuing that project, we would focus on recommendations for Jim Archdeacon, the Kiwanis Center for Youth Excellence, Flower City Community Campus, Save Max Sports Center, curling clubs, and El Dorado Park. Next slide, please. Continuing to target parkland at your current rate of service at 1.6 hectares per 1,000 population, making sure that not only are we providing the right amount of parkland, distributing it in a spatially equitable manner, providing the right types of parks, looking at non-traditional forms of parkland that are now allowed through the Ontario Planning Act, including those on private lands, and continuing to renew and prioritize parks that benefit from enhancement, that would benefit from enhancements. Next slide, please. Again, back to more Heritage Heights, a couple of community parks there, talking about sports fields, courts, aquatics, youth, really positioning them to be multi-generational, multi-seasonal, consistent with what you've been doing and great work in other parts of the city. Next slide, please. Same kind of approach in the Northeast at the future Gore Castlemore Community Park. Some may also know it as Block 47. Next slide, please. Providing pathways for sport. We've heard a lot from your sport organizations. You have a legacy of investments in your sporting community. and continuing to build your brand as the cricket capital of Canada through strategic investments. Kabaddi, they're attracting a lot of folks. 50-meter pool and other types of higher performance facilities, those could be supported if rationalized through, an assessment of cost. Next slide, please. In terms of positioning for success, you keep doing what you're doing. Partnerships, aligning with other municipal documents like the libraries plan, arts and cultural plans, policies, making sure we can strategically think about land acquisitions, and then ultimately that implementation and funding plan that comes back to you as council. Almost done. Next slide, please. So, I guess in closing, we've heard through those road shows support, generally speaking, from the general public, from user groups that spoke with us. We thank the efforts through Commissioner Boyes, his team, Director Patel, Director Fagan, their efforts. Appreciate your guidance as council and connecting us to, people that might not typically have a voice in these types of processes. So, all in all, we think it's a robust plan. I hope you feel the same way. But thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Anand, and my colleagues were very happy to have you continue past 5 minutes. There are questions from Deputy Mayor Singh and then Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Anand, and this was a great presentation, and I read through the plan, and I thought it hit a lot of things we've been discussing throughout our public consultations and when we had our meetings as councillors as well. I noticed, I just wanted some commentary around, I saw the wards and the population increases. I see the future and which wards are growing, and obviously it's quite disproportionate too. And we are also going through a ward boundary review. But did you look at the current state of the population, and is there discrepancies in areas between the current assets and I guess community centers compared to the population? Maybe other wards have more and certain ones have less.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, we look absolutely at current state, and I would emphasize, we have looked at needs on a recreational planning area basis, which can encompass multiple wards. But to your question, yeah, certain areas are growing faster than others. But I think part of this plan, and we reflected through the two goals speaking to revitalization of established neighborhoods, as well as planning for those designated growth areas, we're really trying to strike a balance of where growth is. Well, we look at what needs are right now, absolutely. We're looking at how all your facilities are being used and your program fill rates. But we're also looking, to where growth is happening within our 10-year period. But like I said, I think what we're hoping kind of comes out of this master plan as well is recognizing that post-2031 or post-2036, we're going to have a lot more growth as well in those established areas, and we have aging infrastructure. And even if you have made reinvestments in some of your established facilities, which will hopefully help alleviate some of the pressures, that those future kind of population growth in areas around them will experience.
Okay. And I understand the scope was specifically to the Parks and Rec component. I saw some language in there about arts and culture. But as a council, and I know staff has also been indicating, what's the process to bring it all together? Yeah. So right now you have arts and culture, you have libraries, and then we have language of libraries and arts and culture in here. But how do we get it in a plan? I'll just give you one example. For example, in my area, for example, soccer center was mentioned. And looking at strictly from a Parks and Rec master plan viewpoint, it suggested, okay, let's do multi-purpose rooms, right? If we had maybe brought together the arts and culture, I know there's a lack of theater space now, just for example, just from what I'm hearing in the community. And we could have looked at maybe a better choice would be at the soccer center to put a theater. I'm just giving one example. I'm not saying it's happening. But we can only have those discussions if we bring it all in-house under one sort of purview. How do we do that moving forward?
Yeah, I think that's part of the implementation plan, and I do think your staff are having conversations, with other departments Again, last summer, we had that workshop around community hubs where you had various, entities within your organization and external. So I think it's during the implementation, Councillor Singh, or Deputy Mayor Singh, that Brampton Library is updating their facilities master plan right now. We're cognizant of that. We've had conversations with other partners. So it's a matter of when we have future capital projects, involving the various, City of Brampton and potential partner entities in those conversations.
Okay. So I'm just going to push you on that a little bit. How do we move it one step further where it's not conversations, afterthoughts, but right in the planning phase? Yeah. Write in a document where, hey, like, for example, on the west side of Brampton, we already know we're having 2 community centers. I saw reference to Heritage Heights, and we have another one. Looking at, sure, the parks and recs, but also the library component and all that, and any future community center, how do we start planning for that now? And making it more of a comprehensive document that incorporates all that. Because it's going to become more and more imperative, especially as we move to community hubs. Yeah. And that is the future. So we need to get it into one document is what I'm trying to get at. So how do we do that?
Yeah, again, I think, we've tried to stay in our lane a little bit,
I know.
but we have also recognized and embedded, other partners where we see logic. Certainly, you're going to want to talk to Brampton Library, to a greater extent, if or when you update the Arts and Culture Master Plan, for example, it will have consideration for this. And so I do think it is really that implementation piece. Our document can go so far, but I do believe we have recommendations within there that encourage alignment with other city objectives, recognizing that people are looking for one-stop kind of convenience. You as a city are looking for efficiencies. You don't have the luxury of land like you did 20 years ago. So I think it is part of an implementing piece.
Yeah, and the reason for that is, once that happens, then my goal is also get the school documents more aligned too, because as a former school board trustee, I know we miss so many opportunities just because we don't start the conversation early enough. There's no alignment. So, but my thing is first, let's get the libraries, arts and culture, and the parks and rec under the same purview. So I guess I know it wasn't in your scope. I saw the language in reference to it, so I do appreciate that. I'll leave that with staff. We've been talking about it for a year. I think Commissioner Boyce has
through the chair to the Deputy Mayor, I think as we look at 2028, the end of the Culture Master Plan, this should be updated in about 4 to 5 years. I think we be purposeful and try to align at least those 2 plans. Also look with the library and approach them early to when their next update is up, that how do we do maybe those 3 groups together, Parks, Rec, Arts and Culture, and Library. At least bring kind of within the city contained services together.
Yeah, so alignment is good, but I'm going one step further to integration.
Yeah.
Right, that's what I think needs to happen, if you have some comments on that, yeah.
No, I
see
agree.
you nodding, that's why I'm like.
People look at you as the city. I mean, they don't necessarily look at, the recreation division
Yeah.
or the parks division, but I do think, like I said, you have a team that is talking to each other, and with a public art policy coming into play, if not already, there's an opportunity to also, integrate public art into community centers, into parks. So, I personally feel like you're kind of thinking in the right mindset and already acting in a right mindset. It is reinforcing those through these overarching documents that, we continue that spirit of, interdepartmental collaboration.
Yeah, just, like I said, having been on the school board, library board, I see that sure, we could say alignment and language and plans aligned, but it's not that integration which we need moving forward, especially as we're talking about community hubs. That they're most likely going to be in more dense areas. We're talking about Queen Street, we're talking about Main Street, and that'll require that deep integration. So we might as well get that aligned now, because we're going to have to do it anyways. So that's, and with the school board, I know the school board in Shoppers World, for example, is looking at doing a school with the community center potential, and so it's going to happen. It's just if we're more prepared for it, we could plan better, and have some efficiencies. But I'll leave my comments there.
Well, just last thing, I mean, even the private sector as well, right? When we look at things like Shoppers World, they will be partners as part of that conversation, and they already are, I mean, in terms of some of the master planning. So I will leave my comments there for right now.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Singh. Councillor Pelletier, followed by Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Pelletier.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for your the delegation, as much as it was short, and we really made you crunch it all down into the time. But I think that, the report in and itself you can tell the amount of work that has definitely gone into it. So that being said, I guess in building off of what the deputy mayor was talking about in terms of population, and I guess it wouldn't be fair to our residents if we didn't highlight the fact that in A alone, there is more residents coming in A than I believe any other part in the city of Brampton in the next unforeseen future. And not having that identifying areas or identifying opportunities for recreation, or more so than what's there, I think is something that we need to take back and have a look at. I definitely think that, we need to stick a pin in Northwest Brampton, possibly even Northeast Brampton. When you look at a lot of the, like G alone, the amount of centers that they have, and with the population that is in that area, but not to mention, and I don't think we've ever really discussed this added Huttonville, number 20 Huttonville Community Center too much, and I know it's probably early goings, but that's the bin that we're kind of looking for. So, great that that's there, but I think, we definitely need to relook at A. Also, we seem to be missing Churchville down in the south area, west of Mavis, south of Steeles. I don't see it on there. You do have Ebenezer Community Hall, a very similar building. So although it was updated, and Churchville not so much updated, but yet we're missing that, and would like to maybe for us to look at, Churchville to say, what can be done down there. Having something like that, it's a small space, we know, but it does have the parking area, and for the community down there would be good. Just if you had any comments on that in particular, but more so, that 130%, it's a massive, massive number, right?
No, and if I'm through you, Chair Santos, what I'm hearing, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it's about balance, right? It's being, proactive and looking at needs across the city.
Mm-hmm.
You have a lot of growth happening in certain areas, northwest, northeast, but there are also established areas where, there are certain needs, and certainly we have looked at that.
Mm-hmm.
We are hoping to strike that balance, but that's where staff, I think, can take some of these recommendations or initiatives and start to run with them. When we talk about not only investments in, community centers, obviously we need to start looking at some of the lands we already own, because it's tough to find lands that, we can buy and cost effectively. Same thing with parks, in terms of distributing those and renewing, parks in both established areas as well as, in addition to looking at new parkland. So I take your comment as balance, but also, keeping pace.
Yeah.
It's tough to do.
Yeah, 100% it's tough to do. There's clearly no balance here in the city currently today. And, that's basics have to do with, the amalgamation of Chinguacousy, of Bramalea, Brampton and Heart Lake. So at that time, Bramalea had so many more centers than anywhere else in the country. The other thing that I wanted to mention, and I had recalled seeing in the plan and hearing from certain members, that baseball seems to be kind of on this decline, or when there's other sports that are on an increase. And I think we really need to look at the fact that why is baseball on the decline? In Brampton, I believe we only have 1 diamond or 2 diamonds that are at that level of baseball that allows people to continue to play. And we have scattered throughout the city, like tons of baseball diamonds, and they're great baseball diamonds, and this could be maybe baseball, if there's a Baseball Canada or something like that, maybe they've changed the rules or something where they're allowed to play on at what level. But, I have I have two nephews that are in very competitive baseball, one higher than the other, that doesn't play a game in Brampton because they can't get that one or two diamond, and there's other municipalities that have them. Does the master plan talk about kind of the, changing the diamonds, not to other sports, but to make them more available for that next level of play? And I would just say, you look at Sesquicentennial, where love Sesquicentennial, there is not one diamond there that you can play at this level, right? So, and I don't know what it is to I don't know what it costs to change, if there's any. Of course, there's some, but.
Yeah, and baseball's kind of tough in that way. Your groups are strong. I mean, I know in speaking to your baseball folks, I mean, they're drawing people from across the GTA due to the strength of your program. But a baseball diamond is tough. I mean, because it's not like a rectangular field where you can subdivide it. You know, your bases are either 90, feet or, they're less. The pitcher's mound, same kind of thing. So, I think staff will recognize, that, there are certain needs for hardball, there are certain needs for softball, there are certain needs for, little kids, there are certain needs for adults. And it's a matter of them continuing to, track these trends. To your point, like about, the popularity of baseball, it kind of hit a low, like probably 10 years ago, Jay started doing well, so might tank again this year, who knows? No, I'm kidding. I mean, I still have hope for the Jays. I think the data that you collect, you have a new allocation policy, you have a new community sport group policy, so that might hopefully reorient or reconsider how we've historically, allocated times to who, and perhaps open up some of your available diamond for those specific needs. But again, I think your staff are doing a good job in tracking how many people are registered with, Brampton Minor Ball or, with, Adult League X or whatever, and they can make those decisions to optimize, the supply or change as needed. So I don't know. That's all I can offer in terms of like.
Yeah, I appreciate it, and it is a difficult question, and I think it's safe to assume, I believe that, and I'm not opposed to pulling diamonds out if we're gonna make, other diamonds, give them more opportunity for kids play, or pulling diamonds out and putting in a different sport. That being said, I want to make sure that, all diamonds are captured, even, Donnelly Park. It's not much of a diamond, it's a cage, it's overgrown. Nobody plays baseball there. And I know staff right now are doing tremendous work with the grant and the environment. But then down at Loafers Lake, cage is there. I didn't ever see anybody except for, my son and I when we go down and hit the ball around. Or there's usually adults playing cricket. It doesn't get mowed, the cages are there, but is that considered a baseball diamond? And if so, do we use those numbers to show that, baseball is on decline, right?
And what I will say as well, I mean, there is a recommendation that not directly speak to what you've just said, but a recommendation to engage your local ball organizations to talk to them about what diamonds they use, what upgrades could, maybe facilitate greater amounts of use. Maybe you can, add lights, or maybe a certain field, like you said, doesn't drain properly or isn't, mowed as frequently, and they're saying, let's do something at this one, that'll help. There is a recommendation in there, much like what you've done with your cricket community. As well, right, in terms of updating a number of your existing cricket grounds. You've talked to those groups, and so we continue to encourage you to talk to those groups, and I know you already do, so hopefully they'll help be part of that solution.
Thank you. Last question through you, Madam Chair, maybe to staff, I'm not sure. So I've had some people comment to me that Gabati is not a recognized sport in Canada. Can somebody explain to me what I say to that? And are we able to have it become a recognized sport?
Thank you, Councillor Pelletier. I believe Commissioner Boyce had something to comment from one of your previous questions or comments.
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
Through the chair to Councillor Pelletier, right on the baseball diamonds, right now we're going through a study or an audit of all our field usage. to understand. I think we have about 90 baseball diamonds, approximately 14 are for hardball, but understand there's various levels of baseball within that. So we're trying to understand the overall usage, if we need to make upgrades of those 14 or reduce some of the smaller fields to become bigger fields. We are doing that work right now, kind of concurrently with this plan. In terms of Kabaddi, I'll pass it to Anand.
Just before, and my question was more towards like Lovers Lake or Donnelly Park, those not really baseball diamonds, are those part of the
Every sports field, every outdoor sports field, we're doing an audit on right now.
Okay.
Total usage, trying to maximize the usage, repurpose where needed, or, improve, I'll say, where needed to.
Okay, thank you.
And sorry, on the Kabaddi question, I'll start with Anand and then maybe defer to staff. I just don't have the answer on that.
Yeah. Yeah, I might have to defer there as well. I mean, been doing this for 20 years. This is the first time really Kabaddi has come to the, to the forefront in the way that it has. So, and again, it speaks to, again, a level of engagement you, I think, as a city are looking at how to engage. I mean, as a city, through Parks and Rec, at the end of the day, your mandate is to get as many people active and engaged as possible.
For sure.
Right?
And
But I don't know about its sanctioning, like its level of status, like internationally versus nationally. I know internationally, there is a body, but whether it's sanctioned, I don't know here in Canada.
And I'm not against big men oiling themselves up and wrestling, like I'm not really against that. But I would like to really know if, like, where does it leave us in terms of, is there liability issues? If we start making, spaces, I don't know. And that's kind of some of the questions that I'm getting asked, and I just want, I want people to be active, but I also want the city and the taxpayers to be protected, just in case. So if we can circle back and come back to that.
Through the chair, we'll put together that information and send it. I just don't have it right now, and I don't believe staff has it right at the fingertips.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Councillor. Next is Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your work and for coming here today. A couple of areas where I've always found interesting, and first of all, I do say that we have the, one of the best, or I would say the best Parks and Rec offerings and infrastructure and even staff across the province. I hear it all the time for everyone who comes into Brampton for one sport or another. The ecosystem regarding sort of partnerships, and I think Deputy Singh was touching on it. Where do you find that there's areas for improvement in terms of underutilized, school facilities with matching it with our need? And I know our staff do reach out, have good relationship with school boards, but just in a comment, because when we sort of take an inventory of everything we have to offer, there is a lot of sort of space out there that is really not city owned, but yet, are there areas of improvement, and can we establish better relationships or more formalized relationships? I would give an example. I'm not going to put you on the spot on this, but high school that I went to, St. Augustine, has a big sports field. Beautiful, and the previous school counselor, you always used to tell me, can you guys please just take it off our hands, because no one's really using it. We don't have the same number of students, their school registration's going down, and it's a great space. And it's a space which merges with, a lot of population that's going more towards that area. Any comment? I know there's a lot to unpack there, but.
Yeah, I think, there's always areas for improvement, but that's not to say that the city is not focused on partnerships. I mean, in fact, I think this city was probably an early adopter of progressive relationships and progressive agreements with school boards, for example, through the development of artificial turf. You have recreation centers. Even again, now this predates, like this is decades ago. Recreation centers attached to high schools or immediately beside. So you also have staff that who have more experience than I've ever seen in another municipality in terms of negotiating and working with school boards to develop agreements. So to your point, there's always room for improvement, but I think that you're, as a city, from a school board perspective, working very well. We've engaged school boards in some of these conversations. They face a number of similar pressures and challenges as you do, especially with land. Your planning staff, work with schools to, look at, joint opportunities for park and planning, parks and school blocks. So, it's a good question, but I think you're on the right track. It's a matter of continuing, to have those relationships and, yeah.
Yeah, and through you, Madam Chair, another question I have is regarding accessibility. And I speak to it from the perspective of, for example, Gore Meadows, if it was built today, would never be where it is. Just because, you know, people can't walk to it. It's not an easy place to go to. So when you look at our infrastructure and as we move forward, is that something, you know, especially we talked about active transportation today and how we're integrating it. If we can't get our act together on providing public spaces and recreational fields and everywhere we go, and it's not part of some connectivity, and that's sort of the underpinning of how you build the city, you know, and so I find that's a challenge for us, right? Because it's almost like a jigsaw puzzle. But any comments on that?
No, I think, again, it's continuing to be mindful of that. And where we talk about alignment with, you know, active transportation master plan, with, you know, public transit, you know, and communications with them, making sure that there are, you know, multiple ways to reach a major facility or a major park. And I think, you know, one of the thoughts around the recommendation for the new Heritage Heights Community Center, should council support that, by locating it in that wellness character area, you know, I mean, that is the central portion of Heritage Heights, where your secondary plan schedules show, you know, high degree of mobility through access to transportation corridors, transit corridors, you know, access to trails potentially. So, yeah, it totally ties back into how this all fits together. It's very important.
Thank you so much. And just my last question, which has always been in the back of my mind, and I go back to a study that was done by the United Way regarding postal code poverty. And when you look across our city in terms of equity and having certain pockets, you know, I do have certain pockets in wards 3 and 4 that socioeconomically don't have the same opportunity or don't have maybe the same infrastructure. You know, I'm hoping that's something that was mindful as well, that, you know, certain pockets, especially when you look at, you know, postal codes and so on, that there's that equity, that families, you know, unless you belong to an organized sport and you're paying, but if you can't, you know, and that they're getting this sort of same opportunity as others.
I think your city, through you, Madam Chair, is very mindful of inclusion, very progressive in terms of its approach to, you know, a variety of kind of social and systemic barriers, like trying to address those. And the master plan, you know, recognized the region of Peel has done a lot of work around, you know, priority neighborhood mapping and, you know, based on social determinants of health. That's where we would encourage the city, especially in, you know, there's a recommendation in the plan where if we can focus on renewals of parkland, for example, in areas experiencing higher degrees of material deprivation or, you know, some of, you know, rank as more vulnerable, there is evidence that shows access to quality parkland in some of those areas can, you know, result in positive health outcomes and positive civic outcomes as a whole. So, you know, I think we would be, you know, we are very supportive of, you know, you continuing, you know, to think about that.
That's excellent. Thank you for your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anand. There are no further questions for you. There is one more delegation on this particular item from Sylvia Roberts. I'll receive the delegations after Sylvia's delegation.
Would I be responding to anything there, or would
Nope.
you, or you, okay.
No,
sorry.
we're good. Thank you very much.
Okay.
And then after Sylvia's delegation, we will bring the report forward and deal with that. We are 10 minutes behind the time I said we'd go for break, so just keeping folks aware. Okay,
Thank you.
Sylvia.
Hello, my name is Sylvia Roberts. I'm resident of Worthy. I'll try to make this brief. I've been through the report repeatedly. It's very good. I went to the thing at Riverstone, saw Councillor Power there, had a great time talking to staff, very knowledgeable, a lot of very passionate people who have ties to Brampton and genuinely care about it. And I have a lot of confidence in the Parks Department. Some of the issues, this isn't issues with the report, this is potential risk we need to look at. So we want to build a big stadium at the CA Center. I think that's great for cricket, right? However, the Scotiabank Arena would not be counted as part of Toronto's recreation stuff. Right now, it's the amount of space it would take up. We're effectively reducing the amount of recreation, even though it is for sports use. A redevelopment of the CA Center to have mixed-use development, that again also takes away from that kind of land use. I couldn't tell based on the map whether the section of the Flower City Senior Center that we gave to the Golden Age Village has been removed from the calculation. It looks like it's still being calculated. totally reasonable use of city land, but there's lots of little places where we're losing land. And around Steeles and Highway 10, we are looking at massive population growth. The population growth here, I think, is a bit of an underestimate. We've been growing by 25,000 people a year, and this is looking at more like 15,000 people a year. So that could be a large deficit, but these are standard models from the growth plan, and this isn't staff doing something wrong. They're just following provincial legislation. But that does mean that we need to plan for how to come up with extra parkland for here. And not all parkland is created equal. Some of them are for example, soccer, like the box ball court, you basically just need a ball. You don't need a lot of equipment. Whereas hockey, there's a whole lot of ice hockey, there's a whole bunch of equipment you need. And so you can't just walk to it. You frequently have a whole lot of gear, and that makes it a much more car-oriented use. And so in densely populated areas, it may not make sense. Golf is an extremely car-oriented use. If you're a serious golfer, you have your clubs. A bag of clubs is not a light thing. I don't anticipate people bringing something that expensive or that heavy on public transit. So it's where are the correct uses, and does the city need to provide this specific support? Because there's like 24 golf courses in the region of Peel. So does the city need to be doing golf, and does it need to be doing golf there? If you look at Chinguacousy Park, we get huge usage of that. And if we had the Peel Village Golf Course, something more like that, Chinguacousy Park probably sees more people on a busy summer day than the golf course sees in an entire season. So we need to calculate in how we're using our land efficiently. We don't pay property tax on it, but we should still be valuing the land and seeing how we get the highest and best use out of it. So I'd like to make sure, I know I only have a minute and a half left, that we make sure that there's adequate land provided for there, and also consider that many areas of the city have city parks. We've got Chinguacousy Park, and I know the El Dorado Park. I know Heart Lake isn't a city park, but it gets used like that because of its size. Clairville, I don't know the usage on that, but that's a very large park and there's access to. However, the southern portion of Brampton, where we're getting that 100,000 people, we don't kind of have that. And for downtown Brampton, we have Gage Park, which does see citywide usage, but it's not that big, and we need to be careful to make sure we don't overuse it. And so we need to make sure that there's other parkland that people can also use, because if you overuse it, you can damage the trees, and there's all sorts of issues. Thank you. That's my delegation.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. So there's no questions for you at this time. Motion from Councillor Brar to receive the delegations. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That carries. We'll now bring forward the report. There's a question from Councillor Palleschi. Councillor Palleschi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just on the report and coming off of the last delegation, maybe we should get some numbers to that delegate or post the numbers that come through Peel Village Golf Course, because it's actually remarkable how many people go through there. Has there ever been an opportunity to look at Peel Village, change it from the 9 to the 12? I think that's a lot of things they're doing down in the States. They're changing 9s to 12s. Maybe something for us to look at or think about, though. And I wanted to try and get that on record. I've looked at it to see if we could. I think it's possible. And I had heard that 9s are being changed to 12s down. So if we could look into that. The other thing was I won't support the report today as is because of the changes that I think need to be made. Specifically, it's not mentioning Churchville in there, so, or is that just on the presentation? And if maybe that is, I'm happy to refer this to council next week so we can make that change and then it to be supported then. comment to you, Commissioner?
Through the chair, it's not technically included in here. Right now, it's under the work of FOM, Churchville is, but we could certainly include it on the map if that's required to be updated, then review the usage or review opportunities for further community usage of it.
Okay, maybe then if I can ask, you to ask your team the difference between Ebenezer and Churchville then. Very similar structures before. Ebenezer was, nothing to be asked now. No. Just maybe if you can bring that to, flip me a quick note, and that would be great. Thanks, Anand. So as of now, then we'll refer to council next week so we can get that added to the plan showing that. And then I think then maybe the direction is to move it from FO. Where is it?
Through the chair, I believe it resides in facilities right
Facilities?
now.
Move it from facilities over to community services? Thumbs up? Thumbs down? Well, now we're going to do it regardless.
Through the chair, yeah, it was just recently moved over.
Okay, then what I'll do is I'll circle back with staff and then maybe bring that forward at council next week. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. I've been sitting here for too long. Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. So is this a referral motion to council next week?
No, I'm okay with not referring. I'm just going to bring it out of the minutes next week.
Okay. So, motion to approve the report by committee of council. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? That carries. Well done to the community services team. This was quite an important update, and I know that all of you, both Vice Chair and I, Vice Chair Brar and myself as Chair of Community Services, know how hard all of you worked to get this plan done. Well done, all. Okay. We are now going to take a break. What's 6.9? Oh, Sylvia, right. One more delegation from Sylvia, and then we will take a break. Apologies for the delay.
I have an image I'd like to be brought up. So I was looking through the cash in lieu, and a lot of it very easily makes sense. 175 Sandalwood, that's a little bit confusing. The city is spending $40 million of parkland money on this. The only announcement I've seen regarding this is for automated speed enforcement processing center, and that's totally a legitimate use of city money. But why parks? I asked staff, they said there's going to be park stuff there. If staff could please explain what we're getting for $40 million of parkland money on this site, I would appreciate that. It's basically embedded in an industrial area. If you look at the upper right corner, that's a junkyard, for example. And I'd like to know how they identified this as this is good for parkland or recreation. That's mostly just what I wanted to get answers to. If that makes any sense as a question.
Thank you for your question, Commissioner Boyce.
Yeah, so through the chair, so this acquisition has been made and we're doing some preliminary due diligence right now to try to explore what future rec amenities could be there. In the case that there's a future determination that it's only partial non-parkland usage, speaking with the treasurer, a proportional amount will be reimbursed to the CIL Parkland Reserve.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Paleshi, anything to add?
Thank you. Can we get a number correction though about the money that was spent, or is it the 40, sorry, how much did you say?
Around $40 million is coming out of specifically parklands funds
Oh,
for
so
the site.
40 million was just spent from cash in lieu. Okay. Yeah, it's a lot more money than that, but not from cash in lieu.
Thank you very much. Okay, no further questions for the delegate. Okay, so we are now going to take a break and then return back to open session for government relations update, which is next on the agenda. We will take, if members of committee are okay, a half-an-hour break for lunch. Are we good with that? So we will be back for 1:21.
Hi, can I get an audio check, please?
You're coming through loud and clear.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, we are back from our lunch recess, and we will go straight into, I believe, government relations update. And we have Ilaha. Ilaha, while you're making your way to the podium, I just want to say thank you for all of your hard work and great work during our Advocacy Day and in lead up to Advocacy Day last Monday.
Thanks so much, Councillor Santos. I appreciate that. Okay. Let's wait till everybody settles in.
Sorry, through you, Chair, the audio and the stream is down. If we could have a moment.
So we'll just take a few minutes, recess to reboot everything, I suppose.
5 minutes.
5 minutes.
shows it was on my end it shows it's off. Yeah, mine's turned off. Yeah, I click it and now it shows it's on.
One, two, three, four, five. Are we back online to the clerk's office? Okay. So I believe we have quorum again and folks online can now hear us as well as see us. I will call Ilaha back up for the government relations presentation.
Let's go. Yes, I hope so. Okay, ready? Next slide, please. Thank you and good afternoon. Through the chair, Regional Council meeting will be taking place tomorrow, May the 9th at 9:30 a.m. The GR team has worked with department staff to review the regional agenda, and we have identified several items on the agenda that we'd like to bring to your attention. Next slide. First, we have item 8.2, Water and Wastewater Bill 23 Resource Implications. This for information report identifies regional staff resource requirements needed to support the immediate demands of accelerated growth. The report, based on consulting reviews, suggests that up to 54 net new full-time employees are required to meet the expedited housing growth identified across the region through Bill 23. These staffing requirements consist of direct and indirect support, so this includes services related to water and wastewater infrastructure delivery, including engineers, project managers, technical analysts, and so on. The report also recommends that strong consideration to be given to the addition of a program/project management office to support the delivery of water and wastewater related capital projects. Brampton staff do not disagree that there is likely a need for additional staff resources to support the execution for increased and expedited water and wastewater delivery. However, the need for net new staffing or the creation of a new office should be deferred until such time that the province has made a decision on the future of water and wastewater service at the region. Until the full scope of the future state of the utility is determined, it is premature to make assessments on staff resources. That is why city staff recommend that council request that item 8.2 be deferred until such time that the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing has made a decision on the future of water and wastewater services. This will also provide city staff an opportunity to understand how these new FTEs will be able to assist Brampton expedite its housing growth targets. Next slide. The new Brampton official plan, which was adopted by council on November 1st, 2023, is item 9.1 on the regional agenda, which includes a total of 526 recommended modifications to the Brampton Plan, the majority of which are minor and seek to provide consistency. Peel staff recommend that Regional Council approve the Brampton Official Plan as modified and refuse Schedule 13A, Brownlee Go Major Transit Station Area, on the basis of nonconformity with the Region of Peel Official Plan and the Planning Act. City staff are generally in support of the recommendations made by the Region of Peel, and planning staff here have noted that there will be outstanding items following approval that need to be addressed, specifically bringing Schedule 13A back for review. Staff require further information regarding the approval process post July 1st, 2024, at which time all regional planning powers are being transferred to lower tier municipalities as a result of Peel restructuring. Next slide. Next, we have item 11.1, the 2023 Operating Financial Tri-Annual Performance Report. The 2023 fiscal year for the region ended with a $28.3 million surplus in tax-supported services, which aligns with the budget accuracy target of plus or minus 3%. And the report presents clear year-end results and is aligned with budget accuracy expectations. Next slide. The last regional agenda item we wanted to flag for you today is item 11.2 on the 2023 capital performance and impact on capital reserves and reserve funds. By the end of 2023, Peel Region had $5.1 billion in ongoing capital work across 1,563 projects, with 98% on schedule. City staff observed that the report highlights a 55% decline in year-over-year development charge revenues, the lowest in over a decade, while Brampton experienced a 6% increase over that same time period. Despite the significance of this decline, the report lacks detailed explanations, municipal comparisons, or implications to future growth projections, so city staff recommend council request a report to provide detailed explanations of the 55% decline in DC revenues broken down by each municipality. Next slide, please. Moving on to provincial updates, the government is introducing new policy and legislative measures to attract more young people to the skilled trades, including adding a new apprenticeship pathway and an online job matching platform. This builds on the Ontario Youth Apprenticeship Program, where Ontario is creating a new stream now called Focused Apprenticeship Skills Training that will allow students in grades 11 and 12 to participate in more apprenticeship learning. Brampton is home to Sheridan College's Magna Skilled Trade Center facility, which links companies of all sizes to Sheridan's expertise in applied research and training to advancement in the manufacturing workforce. Next slide. The province is also providing an additional $1.5 million to strengthen its summer company program, helping an additional 250 young people start and grow a business. The program provides students between the ages of 15 and 29 with at least 12 hours of business training, one-on-one mentoring, and grants up to $3,000 to start a full-time business. Brampton is receiving 5 additional opportunities through the summer company program this year, for a total of 17 spots that will support Brampton's young entrepreneurs. The total increase in funding to Brampton for this program is $29,000. Next slide. The province is also hosting Exercise Heatwave, which is a large-scale simulated exercise to reinforce provincial procedures and response to heat-related emergencies. City staff have confirmed that Brampton will be participating in this exercise on May 8th in conjunction with the City of Mississauga. And the city will also be leading 3 exercises on May the 14th, the 28th, and June 11th to better prepare our staff and partner agencies to respond to large-scale emergencies. Next slide. While we haven't identified any updates on the federal front, GR staff is working on next steps following Advocacy Day last week. So this brings us to our final update, which is related to the upcoming 2024 FCM conference. The conference will take place on June 6th to 9th in Calgary, and the conference's theme this year is Redefining Our Future, with topics focusing on housing and infrastructure, climate adaptation, public safety, and a new municipal growth framework. GR staff are currently in the process of preparing supporting materials, including advocacy priorities, areas of potential alignment, and collaboration with the federal government. The conference provides an opportunity to link Brampton priorities to federal policy initiatives, explore potential new funding opportunities, and learn about best practices in municipal service delivery. The GR team will coordinate with council offices as materials are prepared to coordinate pre-conference preparations. And that concludes today's presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ilaha. There is a question from Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the delegation. The reason really why I held this, because there's some important information that would affect Brampton coming to the region tomorrow. So I think we all want to be aligned. I understand that both the mayor and I think acting mayor of Mississauga right now are currently working on a couple of motions. Really hope that we can all get behind it and support. I think to me it's common sense. As of today, we don't have a decision and shouldn't really be making any moves until those decisions are made. So for that, but I thank the GR team definitely for highlighting this and continuing to bring us, make us aware of all the things that are happening with everything else that's going on. Great job. Thank you for doing all that work. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. Moved by Councillor Paleshi to receive the presentation and update from Government Relations. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That carries. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is legislative services. All items were, I believe, put into consent, Madam Clerk, which brings us to committee questions or other business. No other business. Councillor question period. Any members of council have any questions regarding legislative services? Seeing none. Public question period. Madam Clerk, anyone online or in the gallery? No questions from the public. I will now turn it over to the economic development section for Councillor Tour, who I think is online. However, there is no items from economic development today. Is that correct? Okay. Oh, right. That was the added item from Councillor Keenan. Okay, so other business 9.3.1, Councillor Keenan, you are online. You had questions regarding the boundaries of the downtown BIA. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think back in March, we had asked for a report which came back in September for the boundaries of the downtown BIA. And I was just wondering if staff could update me as to where we're at with that currently.
Paul Donati here, Economic Development. So we took that BIA boundary review and we had a discussion with the BIA board. And at the moment, given the number of changes that they're undergoing, including finding a new executive director in addition to other employees, they just wanted to not visit that at the moment. They do want to revisit the BIA boundary. It's just right now they're trying to hire that new executive director, which will hopefully be on board in the next couple of months, and then put that issue on his or her plate going forward. Thank you.
Councillor Keenan, any follow-up questions for Paul?
Yeah, so Paul, are you saying that we're a couple months out before they start reviewing it? And the only thing is, with everything that we're doing as a council to, change the downtown, I think we're going to lose some businesses and hopefully more will be coming in. And I just feel that the MTSA boundary might be a really good one to follow. And I know that the BIA is saying they have a lot on their plate, but what I don't want to happen is we just keep pushing it further and further, and we actually don't do anything with the boundaries.
Agreed. That's a good point. I think we bring it up at the next board hearing, Councillor Keenan, and stress that that's something we should be looking at sooner rather than later. The MTSA boundary was a boundary that we did bring to the board, and I think they recognize that, there are businesses that are no longer there that they need to make up for. They can get more revenues. Like, they do recognize the benefits of making a bigger and better boundary. It's just they got a plate full of stuff right now, and their cup is runneth over, so to speak. So, but let's put it on the board agenda for the next one, then we can get their feedback on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Keenan. And Paul, anything further, Keenan?
No, I'm good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much. Councillor Paleshi, followed by Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Paul, if I can get you to just, my only kind of questions are, and as much as I want to hear what the BIA wants to do with their boundaries, I really want to understand, if you're looking at creating more make the boundaries larger, then what does that mean in terms of, you know, other municipalities? We only have the one BIA, when I think Mississauga has like 6, Toronto has like 20-something. You know, in size-wise, would this be, like, what, how does this stack up to other BIAs in other cities? So I'd like to understand that. And will you be coming forward with a recommendation? Not the BIA's recommendation, obviously, it's our recommendation.
Through you, Madam Chair, it's hard for me to say at my fingertips in terms of how the size of ours compares to other BIA boundaries within other municipalities. I know that Mississauga has about 3 to 5 BIAs right now.
Okay.
Toronto has plus 80
Oh,
plus
do they? I thought they were
BIAs.
in
Yes,
20s,
so
okay.
it's very extensive there. It's, and we have just the one. I think one of the reasons why we're looking at, or why council wanted to look at the boundary reviews, because we know our downtown's growing. I mean, the last time the BIA boundary was reviewed, I think, here in Brampton was 1988. So it's been quite a few years, and there's been a lot of changes, and of course, where there's a lot of expectations for growth in our downtown now, right? We're gonna get bigger and better. We're approving condos that are 40, 45 stories high, right? And with that, you're gonna get a larger market, more people, and more businesses that are gonna wanna come to downtown.
Yep.
And the benefit to that is that you get a variety of businesses, but you also get potential more revenues, right? So instead of, one of the benefits I see, instead of, theoretically them coming to the city and asking for money, they can have enough revenues for them to run their own programs, right? Yeah, we have one BIA boundary, and I think if we can get some others across the city, I think that's a great idea. We've looked at Northwest Brampton. We sent out a Main Street ambassador to Mount Pleasant a couple years ago to go door to door and see what the interest was. And at that time, it wasn't there, but something worth revisiting.
Who know, I think just in relation to this BIA, does this potentially, looking longer term, with the increase of businesses, would this geography be too much? Is kind of what I'm wondering. I'm seeing if there's any, negatives in looking down the road to increasing the size of the BIA. Is what I'm kind of wondering. So if we can look at other municipalities to see what size their kind of largest BIAs are, and I certainly don't want to have the largest geography BIA. So if you can look into that as well before you bring back a recommendation.
Sure. Sounds good.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Vicente.
Very much, Madam Chair. And Paul, so I know that when we came back with the report last time, the BIA did have a look at it. Were they not generally in agreement with the MTSA as a principle? But then there were some discussions about going even beyond that boundary, perhaps into the Queen Street corridor zone. And that's when the BIA decided that that wasn't something they wanted to undertake now. But they were in general understanding that the MTSA as a new map was something that could happen now.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think they were generally supportive of changing or increasing the boundaries. There were some nuances that different board members brought forward. Should they go further west? Should they go further northwest? Should they go further east on Queen Street and capture some of the commercial lands in front of the hospital? Those are all questions and suggestions that the various board members had at that time. But I'd say generally there was some appetite definitely to review it and get bigger.
So perhaps I would suggest myself and Councillor Keenan just have a conversation with the BIA leadership this week. And if we could refer this discussion to council, then perhaps maybe at that time there may be an appetite for us to bring a motion then. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no motion placed or required for this discussion item. Are you suggesting we refer this discussion to council? Referral to council, this discussion item for next week. No, nothing further in economic development. Councillor question period. Any councillors who have any questions regarding this section? Seeing none. Public question period. Anyone in the public gallery or online? I don't see any questions. I will now turn it over to Vice Chair Brar of Corporate Services.
Thank you. Now on to our corporate services section. Our next item is 10.2.2, a staff report regarding development charges and cash in lieu of Parkland Annual Report, Summary of Activity in 2023, which was held by Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just in going through the report, Nash, I really wanted to understand, it indicated the cash in lieu in December of 2023. I'd like an update on the cash in lieu. It's been a few months now, so I'd like an update where that reserve sits.
For sure.
Anybody looking at this document may still think that we have that money in there, but I don't believe so. So would like an update. Also, I don't see any recommendations in the report other than for it to be received. What I'd like to know is, has there been movements between accounts from one account to other account? There's a appendix something or other in this document that shows some movements, and I was just kind of wondering, those movements, they come before council prior to the funds actually being moved, or do they come before council by way of a report like this to tell us that they've been moved?
Through the chair, yes, Councillor, all transfers between reserves come to council for approval, but we can definitely look into the items that you're talking about, and we can get some more details into them and provide it to you.
Perfect. Thank you.
We can also provide the update to the CIL for Parkland as of like the latest information that we have.
Yep. Okay. Next week, council?
Yes, perfect.
Thanks,
Thank
Nash.
you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Paleshi. I have a motion moved by Councillor Paleshi to approve the staff report. All in favor? To receive the report. All in favor? That carries. Our next item is 10.3.1, a discussion item at the request of Regional Council Medeiros commemorating the legacy of Michael Avis. Council Medeiros.
Thank you very much. Thank you, council members. And for full disclosure, I did not have a personal relationship with Mr. Avis, nor was he a supporter. I'd actually think we were always on opposite ends of many debates, especially of LRT. But one thing I do recognize, he's someone who contributed a lot of his time to Brampton, specifically around our appreciation of our heritage and our culture. And if there's no objection, I'd just like to go some very salient points reading his bio, Madam Chair. If members of committee are okay with just give me a minute to do so, and I'll do this quickly. Essentially, he passed away. He was a resident on Wellington Street. He passed away March 27th. He was instrumental in the development of PAMA and played a pivotal role in creating historic Bovaird House. He worked tirelessly to preserve the converted CP station at Mount Pleasant, which is now a public library, and consulted on the preservation of Alderley and Elizabeth Street, a showcase for our downtown community. Michael also constituted the historic plaque program in Brampton and strongly lobbied for the preservation of the remaining heritage homes throughout the city. He was a founding member of the Historical Board, a longtime president of the Brampton Historical Society, and instrumental in bringing Open Doors Brampton to our city. He was recognized for all the work he did around heritage. He was a world-renowned piano tuner, traveling to such places as Russia and Japan at the request of piano manufacturers, and was well recognized by historical groups. He received recognition for the Certificate of Achievement from Ontario Heritage in 2009. Also, he was awarded both Brampton's 2019 Citizen of the Year and 2019 Long-Term Service Award. People might recall fondly that he was the one that would be decked out with the top hat during Bovaird events, and he was commonly seen at the farmer's market with his beloved wife, Jane. And I have just a self-explanatory motion that it just be under the asset naming policy that we just refer the naming of either a street or park, and we add it to, I guess, our list. And I will just say that he was always very cordial with myself, and even though we were on opposite views on a lot of things, he helped me understand the importance of heritage, and specifically when you're dealing with Brampton downtown. So I take this opportunity to really thank him, as he was one of my residents and someone that maybe we didn't say eye to eye, but someone who I have strong consideration. So I'll leave that for council's consideration, and I'd like to move that as a motion. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Deputy Mayor Singh. You have the floor.
Yeah, Mayor Brown messaged me as well, so if you're okay, he'd like to be involved as well. So if we could, instead of doing the asset naming policy, just approve either Michael Avis Way or Michael Avis Historical Park, but have him work with corporate communications to execute it. Yeah, so could we go, therefore be resolved that Mayor Brown, along with corporate communications, approve either Michael Avis Way or Michael Avis Historical Park, and just keep it at that. Huh? We use it. I use the policy myself. I approved 3 or 4 days, but I think just to do it timely, because it does take yeah, asset naming policy takes me about 6 months when I approve a few things they want it. Huh?
Thank you. Do any other members have any questions?
Sorry, is
concerns?
that edit? Just want to make sure.
It's a referral to the mayor?
No, it's just the mayor's going to lead it with corporate communications anyways. He took Councilor Madras, thank you. Yeah, yeah, if anybody wants to, this. Were those changes be approved?
Okay.
If you don't mind, can I just put Councilor Madras, Michael Avis Historical Park / Michael Avis Park, so we don't have to come back if they want to take the historical out?
Thank you.
With corporate communications, sorry. With corporate communications and the mayor's office work together. Not communications per se, because if other councils want to join, that's fine.
Thank you. Councilor Paletti, you also have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just say that I've had lots of dealings with Michael. It was always a pleasure talking to him. He was always very vocal about some members of council, but he was actually a good person, a good human being. Saw him at Brampton Beast games often, and he had a good relationship with my family as well. And I'm happy to support anything that can be named in his honor, because he was a good Bramptonian that was real down to earth and just wanted Brampton to be the best that it was. So I'm happy to see this go forward and fully support it. He was a good human being for sure, and a great Bramptonian. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So we have a motion on the floor, moved by Regional Council Maderas. All in favor? Any opposed? Thank you. The motion carries. Our next item is 10.5, Councillor Question Period. Any questions from any members? Seeing none, we'll move on. And now we will deal with item 10.6, Public Question Period. Madam Clerk, do we have any questions online? Seeing none, through the chair, there's none. Thank you. Seeing none, now I'll pass the chair over to Councillor Vicente to chair Public Works and Engineering section of the committee agenda. Thank you.
Members of committee, next item was held by Councillor Paletti for Public Works, item 11.3.2. Item at the request of Mayor Brown regarding a waiver of permit fee for the Langor Siva at Ken Willen Square, and there is also a proposed motion. Councillor Paletti.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just similar to what Councillor Santos had put forward and requested of staff, let's get some dollar and cents of waiving fees. Find out what this is in the grand scheme of things, costing the taxpayers. I think, and I hope Councillor Santos can agree with this, that sometimes when you put something like this forward, like I held one specific item, but I'm really trying to find out what the overarching yearly cost is. I'm not against anyone, like Oiled Up Wrestlers. I am just getting to see what the cost is. So that, and then also just procedurally, can the member add something to an agenda to waive the fees, or do we need a staff report? We don't necessarily need a staff report. I know we probably should, but
Through the chair, I believe this falls under actually parks-related fees. I think I'm not sure, between Peter and I, we can.
That's how you're gonna accomplish, yes. Just procedurally, I kinda need to,
Through the chair, this discussion item was placed on the agenda appropriately, so it is before you now and is eligible for motions to be placed.
okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So do we have a mover for the motion?
With a friendly, hopefully.
What's the friendly?
Friendly is that, like Councilor Santos had put forward before, let's see what it costs yearly of waiving the fees and stuff.
Okay. I'm not certain we want to do this yearly.
Not for this individual, everybody.
Yeah. I'm
Everybody.
good with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
Thank
why
you.
I said about what I said. I'm not after one particular anybody. We're just trying to see what the actual costs are
Okay.
yearly. So that we know in future, when somebody comes and asks us to
What the
waive a
cost
fee,
is.
we know what that amount means to the taxpayers.
So that's the report we're looking for essentially, correct?
Yeah, just a friendly to this, because I think you're the one that's gonna have to move this, because the
Yep.
mayor's not here. Just a friendly sidebar.
Also, I want to thank staff. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Through the chair, in this particular instance, based on my discussion with staff from the mayor's office, I believe the fee being sought to waive was a building permit fee for the structure of the tent. We're happy to waive that. And for clarity, the report back on the summary of accounting of fees, is that all fees across the city or just the building permit fees? I'm just referencing the motion.
No, I think it's just what council, like Councilor Santos had put forward, past fees that this council waives.
So that wouldn't be just building, right? Because people waive rental fees.
That's what we want to know. I
Yeah,
think.
I just want to make sure staff is clear, because I know what you're asking, are we keeping it specific to building like a tent, or are we looking at all fees including rental, correct? So we want
I'm
everything.
looking at all fees this council waives.
Yes, that's what I was understanding, all fees, okay? Thank you. And I just want to thank staff for everything they did for the event, thank you. I know it was a lot of last minute, and but everybody stepped up, the political offices and including our administrative side, everybody was accommodating, so thank you as well.
Thank you. Before we vote, I have Councilor Tour.
Thank you, dear Mr. Chair. I was just going to make the suggestion that sometimes I feel like we do refer a lot of things to staff to come back with reports. That's take up a lot of time. I am aware that our budgeting process will be starting shortly. I believe the summer or the fall. I think we can, get a report at that time or look at numbers at that time. I think that would be a more appropriate avenue because staff will be working on these numbers anyways, versus requesting a report back at this time.
Okay, Councilor Tour. Does staff have any? Okay, Deputy Mayor.
So I think that's a good suggestion. I look at my colleagues, they agree. So we'll refer this to budget and then we can look at all fees and that'll give ample time to collect the data and have a robust conversation at that time.
Okay, so we have the motion moved as amended. All in favor, any opposed? That carries. Next, we have public question period. Madam Clerk, do we have any questions from members of the public?
There's no questions online.
Okay, and so with that, we have completed the Public Works and Engineering section and now invite Chair Santos to Chair Community Services.
Okay, so I believe the items held within community services, Bill Davis Memorial was in consent, and next item is 12.2.2 regarding consulting services for various parks projects, which was held by Councillor Singh.
Thank you. And I was looking through the report. There was many things that we're going to be asking these consultants to do. So I'm just trying to understand, is this sort of as needed? And so when I look at the scope, there's about 13 things they can potentially do. So I guess my first question is regarding what is it that they're exactly doing? Because it seems like they're doing a little bit of everything.
Sure. Through the chair to the deputy mayor. So these would be skills and abilities that our current staff wouldn't have, and they would get into things like really helping build and design the tender document, conceptual design, specifications, site plan approval, drawing production, things that our staff as landscape architects or landscape technologists don't have the skill set or the background to do, and is typically done on larger scale park development projects, some of the domes that we may have, some of the larger parks that we're building.
Okay, and previously there was 2 consulting services, I believe, currently the park. So what was the reason for moving to 3? Just curious. Yeah.
Through the chair to the deputy mayor, just to give us some more ability if we do have concurrent projects on, to make sure that we're not losing time and allocating all projects to one consultant, just to have that more choice and ability to move projects forward quicker.
Okay, and I guess it's hard to just ask this off the cuff, so maybe down the line when it comes to budget time, hiring consultants versus keeping staff on. You know, there's always that sort of trade-off. I get it, consulting gives the flexibility, but if it's the same thing they're going out over and over, it might be worth having this in-house. So that's the only thing I'd add. Otherwise, I get it. Sometimes, for example, when we're designing parks, you know, we need some serious expertise, and we don't always have those in-house, and we don't need that service all year round either. So I get that as well. So I'm okay with moving forward. I was just trying to understand what we're trying to accomplish. But I'll leave that with you to see hiring people versus consulting and sort of what the pros and cons are. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Singh. Councillor Tour, your hand is up. Did you have a question on this report?
My apologies, that was previously.
Thank you. Motion from Deputy Mayor Singh to receive the report and recommendations. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? That carries. The next item held was by Councillor Tour regarding procurement for grass cutting and landscape maintenance services. Councillor Tour, you have the floor.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I know we had a briefing on this report, and we had a discussion previously as well about grass maintenance. I just wanted to, maybe it's a refresher question here, but perhaps to the Commissioner, I just want to get a sense that similar to how we did with our winter maintenance contract renewals, you know, we decided let's split the city into smaller contracts, just to say, you know, for the sake of having more competition and better service delivery. And if, you know, if contractors had to be moved around to improve our quality service, you know, gives us that flexibility. Is that something similar with this model here too?
Through the chair to Councillor Tour, so in this procurement, we have the city divided into 5 areas, along with 2 additional areas for boulevards, east and west, and we don't allow the person that has the east boulevards to have the west boulevards.
Okay, got it. And I think we've said this before, but just to reiterate again, I was very disappointed in last year's service. The complaints that we got, at first, like, I didn't think they were unusual, but when those complaints started, you know, increasing in numbers, and Deputy Mayor and myself, when we visited different areas of wards 9 and 10, just seeing the shoddy the shoddy jobs that were done in our parks, the damages to some of our trees and plants, broken benches, you know, multiple issues like that could have, like, it should have never been an issue, where somehow that was the issue, was the quality of grass cutting and maintenance. So I hope that in the new contract we have certain provisions again. I'm sure we went back to get damages on those things, but prevention is better than that. You know, it wouldn't cost us more. But in that sense, I know you mentioned we're going to have like spot checks, and we will have members of staff going out to certain areas to check the quality of service. But I would say, can we go one step further and do similar to what the private sector does, whether it's in construction or landscape maintenance, things like that, where if we can go out, procure software, or whatever the case is, or even if we build it in-house, But basically, a contractor goes out, does the job, supposed to take, a certain amount of pictures. Everything's verified by like a geo location tag. You have your time and date, so there's no, possibility of someone cheating the system. But just to get that video and photo evidence that they've completed the job, that self accountability I think is key here, versus us always trying to catch somebody when they've messed up, because they mess up 1 week and they might not mess up the next week after that, and grass goes back again. But if that self accountability measure could be added in, I think that would be great. That way, all the surfaces ever that are being cut, everything gets captured. Whether you use AI technology to assess those images and videos, and don't want staff sitting on a computer just looking at pictures all day, but if there's ways to monitor that, I think we really need to look into that as well. You have anything to say to that, Commissioner?
Through the chair to Councillor Tour, absolutely. That is one thing that the Director of Parks and I have spoke about, the ability to monitor and ensure that the grass is cut properly as to the specifications and requirements that we have asked for in the contract. So not only with the quality assurance through staff, but the quality assurance through things like pictures, just like Amazon or Uber does when they deliver your food or a package, to validate that the grass has been cut and it's being maintained properly. And then we can check that, and we'll work with our IT colleagues to make sure that we can do that and incorporate it into the RFP.
Okay, would that have to be the same RFP, or would that be a separate procurement for?
Through the chair, let us take that back. I think we can include it within this RFP, but we will advise and come back to council if we cannot.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tour. Motion from Councillor Tour to receive the report and the recommendations. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That motion carries. All other items, I believe, Madam Clerk, were put into consent, which brings us to Councillor question period. Do any members of council have any questions regarding community services? Seeing none, public question period. 12.2.6, I apologize. 12.2.6.
Sorry, for the chair.
We
was
dealt
brought
with that,
forward.
did we
Yes.
not? During the delegations?
During the delegations.
Yes, okay, so the Parks Master Plan has already been dealt with and approved by Committee of Council. So next is public question period. Any members of the public have any questions? Yes? There is one or no?
There is one that came in online.
Okay.
From Sylvia Roberts. The question for the Committee of Council and Staff is whether the report back on item 6.2 regarding the acquisition of city land will include the possibility of a long-term lease, considering that while in 2024, the transit and active transportation facilities to the mosque may not be adequate, but the situation in 2055 will be much better.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I believe staff will be coming back with options. Okay. No further questions from the public? Okay, that brings us to referred matters list. Do any members have any questions regarding the referred matters list? Seeing none. Public question period. Any questions from the public regarding any matter discussed today on the agenda for Committee of Council? Seeing none. Our next item is closed session. I have a motion moved by Councillor Power to move into closed to deal with only item 15.5, open meeting exception under section 2392EF of the Municipal Act, litigation or potential litigation including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. All those in favor to go into closed? Anyone opposed? That motion carries. Madam Clerk, how much time would you need?
If we could have 10 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. 10 minutes.
In person only for that.
So we have returned from our closed session, and in the continuing interest of transparency and open government, the clerk will summarize for me in public session any outcomes from today's closed session business.
So through the chair, item 15.1, this item was approved on consent, including direction that the following motion be considered in open session, that the chief administrative officer be delegated authority. Don't read it.
Yep, no need to, as taken as read, moved by Councillor Singh. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That carries.
Item 15.2, this item was approved on consent. Direction was deemed given, including direction that the following motion be considered in open session.
Great. Moved by Councillor Vicente. All in favor? Anyone opposed? That carries.
.3, this item was approved on consent and was not discussed in closed session, and direction was deemed given. The same with 15.4, direction was deemed given. 15.5, this item was considered in closed session and direction was given.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Madam Clerk, which leads us to adjournment. Item 16, committee is next scheduled to meet May 22nd at 9:30 a.m. Motion moved by Councillor Brar to adjourn today's meeting. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? That carries. We will see you at committee May 22nd.